ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, the Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Millions of people still believe the world is flat.
And it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological Survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Lynn, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two two underlining materials and variables are, is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research. Greg?
It really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard, Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Microphone check 1, 2.
Check.
Chicken.
How are you, my friend?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, brother.
Right.
Off to work?
You see
Or...
Oh, you're off to work right now?
No, I'm asking you. I'm hearing background noise.
Oh, no, I'm just driving.
Cool.
I'm coming back from my friend's house on the one up on the highway, up in the mountains.
All right.
Yeah. What you
Whereabouts
doing?
are you? Just working, getting the day started.
I'm in
Reviewing
Santa Barbara.
drawings, architectural drawings for
Oh,
permits.
no. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm
No
in Santa
curves in the
Barbara.
buildings. Santa Barbara? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it. So you got the snowscape and you got the seascape.
The what?
You got snow up in the mountains in Santa Barbara, right?
Nah. It's right here, it's like an hour north of LA.
Oh, okay, but I thought they still had snow up in the mountains and off coastal.
No, that's San Bernardino. That's San Bernardino Mountain.
Ah, my bad.
That's the other SB. That's the bigger county in California.
Okay, I'm in Canada, so I'm not even on the right coast to be able to ascertain. But I appreciate that, man. I got you.
Yeah. Nah, I used to see snow up on the mountains sometimes, like at the very tops, like every once in a while, randomly, but it's been a long time.
Global warming, climate change, right?
Yeah, right. They actually, there's so many weather modification ground stations right here. It's a trip. I have a map that has 15 of them in this county.
That's nuts.
My chick printed out their I don't know what it is, their manifesto.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they burn the silver iodide flares from the ground when they're spraying up top.
Yep, you can see the stuff. I got you. Shout out to Chris. Oh, sorry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, dude.
Right.
I shout out to Chris. He's working on Revit. I love it. So I grew up working on AutoCAD. AutoCAD is one program, and Revit is another program that they use to create drawings. That's awesome. What's Chris? What do you do? Hit us up in the chat. What are you drawing in Revit?
It's mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mostly do custom residential.
Sick. That's literally what I did before I started working in municipality for my municipality. So what kind? You do custom homes?
Yeah, just kind of on the side, and then I teach architecture
That's
at
a
community college.
brother. So I went to school. I went to Sheridan College for architectural technology. That's my shtick. Yeah, man, that's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, always appreciate a fellow architect.
Well, I mean, shoot, we build buildings on flat planes. There's no accounting for curvature in architecture.
Exactly, but I mean, like even when you have to study the sun, I would say so much in architecture, because that's what did it for me in 2013, and just kind of re-looking at things, you know. And then Eric Dubay came out and 200 proofs, and I was like, done. But
I liked his line at the end of that. He's like, I want her to do, what did he say? I think he said 400. No, he came up with, 200 to double the guy that came up with 100 for the blue marble. And he's like, I wanted to come up with more, but I just didn't have enough time or incentive.
yeah,
That was fantastic.
yeah, there's definitely, I think, hundreds. But I mean, it's kind of egotistical too. I found out a little bit later, but yeah, he definitely revamped it up, I think.
Yeah, he did a lot for the movement.
But yeah, clicking away. This is what I kind of do, is listen to you guys, and I love this community. It's a breath of fresh air for sure.
That's what happened to me. This whole COVID, or sorry, the C word, apologize. Working from home, we were obviously 5 days a week prior, and now we're 2 days a week in the office and 3 days working remote. So now I'm left to my own defenses and found you guys yesterday, and yeah, man, jumped in full force. You guys are an amazing community. I think the support is the biggest thing. Fellow flat brothers, fellow flat brothers unite.
And
Sorry, is that No Globe or Flatter Day Saints? I know Chris said something. Sorry, would you say Flatter Day?
I'm just wondering how long you've been a flat earther for.
Me personally, last 2 years, I would say.
That's right.
My initial thought with flat Earth, because I mean, growing up, I never really paid much attention to it. I kind of just assumed and took it as the fact that it was a ball. And then I looked at what was it? Rediscovering Scripture, and I'm not going to get into religion, but rediscovering Scripture and the talk of the firmament, and that's what kind of led me into looking into it further. But I quickly discounted flat Earth because I looked at it from a standpoint of where we are on a flat plane flying through space. And then I thought about if we were ever to get hit by asteroids, right? It would just make us, we'd be like a floating target for asteroids and shit if we were actually a floating plane through space. And then I was like, wait a minute. And then I started looking further into the idea of space and who actually came up with the idea of space. And then I realized, I'm like, I don't think we're actually floating anywhere. I think we're completely stable and solid. I think we're in a closed system. So that's kind of where I've arrived at this point. How about yourself, Flatter?
I've been a flat earther since 2018. So I don't even know. It's like 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. I think.
Yeah, doesn't matter. But that's exactly the time.
Yeah. I just barely found out about Discord like a year ago, maybe, if that even. Like some people were just making comments in my YouTube videos saying to go to Discord or like inviting me here. You know what I mean?
I love it. You're on YouTube too?
Yeah.
Sick. What's your channel?
Latter Day Saints.
Latter Day Saint? I think I've watched your stuff before, maybe.
Yeah.
Find you right now. Nice, man.
I've had the channel for like about.
Sorry, boys. I'm getting a phone call. I gotta dip out. Sorry, I'll be back soon.
All right, brother. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4. Microphone check 1, 2. All my tampons in the house, where my period's at.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space, time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the metaverse, excuse me, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me, what a rotten little awful getting off scot-free, son of a gun of a bitch, I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatching. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no traffic. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, pause from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is sus. Cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast. Faster than faggots, fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how I much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should've made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke you couldn't refute it. Water finds its true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit?
Security? I am Jack's smirking revenge.
I am Jack's smirking revenge. Saw you and Stephen Hawking walking in the rain, or rolling in the rain.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
It is Photoshop. What a catastrophe. It's Photoshop, but it has to be. Blasphemy. Driving down the street, these cars keep trying to pass me.
Shout out to Truth Flat Earth. Wow, we were going to the moon. Can you believe it? We came back from the moon. Can you believe it? So do you guys think they signed their non-disclosure agreements before or after they found out that there was no moon? What do you guys think?
Probably after.
must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul, set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion, using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies, as I explain to you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the space hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need to burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down and be humble. Got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad, cause at this fight I'm Bob's your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shot the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's residential residence. It's heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Glowbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Glowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Productions.
looking for.
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up, straight up, straight up. Lies, lies, lies.
Today it's 13 Celsius, and in 2 days, gonna be almost 38 Celsius. Ah,
95 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius here in Kentucky, Gus.
yeah. So it's 57 right now. A high of 60 today, and in 2 days it's supposed to be 100. So
How do these varying temperatures work on a spinning globe? I don't understand.
yeah, the lack of homogeneous temperature. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
It seems like it would be more consistent with this globe each. Hmm. I don't know. Just look through the list. Don't see new people unless you do.
Nope. Nope. I mean, Kiwi's kind of new, but
Hello, Kiwi. Welcome back. Do you want to talk?
Hello, my friends. Good to see you guys. What's happening? How are things?
Another day
What?
on the flat, motionless plane of existence. Go ahead, guys.
Damn straight. Well said,
yeah,
brother.
I just sparked the conversation up, mentioning the weather. That's what boring people do, is talk about the
About the
weather.
weather versus planes flying by above their heads, as I was saying yesterday on the chat. Thanks for that upload this morning about God's creation gospel. I appreciate that. It was a great share.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite channels. I watch a couple videos a day of his. I have not made it through all nearly 500 videos yet. Takes a while.
For sure.
He's a good content producer.
The other thing I was thinking about last night, I was watching a piece on how they construct bridges over water,
Mhm.
and they were making reference that the piles that are driven into the seafloor or into the seafloor, that's all based on levels, right? And there's sure enough an air bubble in that level that tells them which way where up is in the correct orientation. And as they go along the sea floor, if you will, driving in these piles into the ground, orientation is always up. Right? There's no axial adjustment for a pile going into the ground that's going to carry the road above it. Or the bridge above it, if that makes sense. Because the piles have to be driven in perpendicular to the road that it's going to carry her.
Or there would be problems, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Well, you know what they'd say?
What?
Well, it's just so big, and the angle difference is so small
Mm-hmm.
that it really wouldn't matter, because every segment that gets put together is where that angle difference is, and it's just a fraction of a degree.
So interestingly, I think Globe, what was it, Globe Master or something was on last night, and he pulled up a bridge, and I said to him, or he said, so why are the support posts going outwards? They're being splayed, and my explanation for that was the tension that is required on the cables to keep the bridge straight. That's why they splay the poles, so to speak, the supports. But yeah, piles are an interesting thing because they always have to go in straight. Like I review foundations for buildings, and they always have to go in straight. There's no
For sure.
angular correction for foundations that go beneath the surface that we see.
Yeah. For sure. Do you know what a segment of highway would be, or bridge construction, or the distance between the piles? Approximately?
No idea. I think that would be dependent on some variables, atmospheric. I don't know if it would be atmospheric, but I think it would be variable to the what it's carrying.
Crispy
Right?
said it varies. Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
it would vary.
You have to look at the calculations based on the thickness of the road, the amount of weight it's going to be carrying. Is it going to be a high transport road, lots of weight, lots of traffic? There's tons of variables. They have to look at the vibration, the seismic activity on the bridge, all that stuff. And where it's located in the world, is it located close to a plate? What's the seismic activity? All those things are required.
Mhm. So 50 divided by 280. What is going on? Do I have nums up? Okay, there we go. Divided by 5280. Three to 6 foot.
3 to 6 feet, based on his experience.
Yeah, I'm thinking of bridge construction where I would think it'd be more like 50 feet apart.
What I can do is break that theory down to what I do. So, as an example, I look at wood decks that are being built on the back of houses, um, where people have like a 10, 12 foot, 16-foot deck off the back of their house. So those foundation supports that go into the ground are all based on the tributary area that they serve. So that is the X and Y dimension, the overhead view, X and Y dimension, so length times width of the area that is supported by that foundation itself. Generally, depending on the soil conditions, 50 square feet is an area that requires approximately a 12-inch tributary area for support. But again, that's based on clay soil condition. So when you're building down seabed floor, which I think would be bedrock, maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the seafloor would be comprised of, but the weight requirement and the weight stability that the seafloor brings is going to be a lot higher than any soil condition that you can possibly find that somebody's building a wood deck on. The driving factor with the pile itself is friction. They drive those piles down into the sea floor and friction fit them so they don't move versus compress and slide down, if that makes sense. So when the pile is under tension, there's a car driving out as an example, that pile will drive further down into the ground. So yeah, the more weight that roadway carries, the more piles or supports that will be required. And as well, it also has to do with the width. It could be a 6-lane roadway, it could be a 4-lane. Those are all variables as well.
Yeah. Well, I've talked to a lot of different people, and I like some of the ways that they argue are very compelling, oftentimes specious. Sounds good, but it's actually false. That sort of stuff. But every now and then, they do make a point, and the angles of support pillars for a bridge as an argument would be a hard one to hold to.
Definitely.
And here's why I'm suggesting that. Because what they would do is they'd take the 24,901 mile diameter, 24,901. They divide that by the number 360 to get your degrees in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would say, well, let me copy and paste this other number first, so I don't have to redo all this.
You made a rare mental mistake there, because we said diameter 24,901 circumference, correct?
100%. Yeah, I did. I mixed my words up. Thank you.
No worries, we all do it.
You guys are so respectful when you would debate, and this is what I absolutely love. Fantastic community, man.
he's just hooking me up with the proper correction because I messed up my words. Yeah, I definitely meant to say circumference. 24,901 mile circumference. Anyway, they divide that by 360 to get the degrees of 69.169 miles per degree. And then what they would do to prove their point is they'd take 69, divide it by, let's say that the support pillars are 50 feet. You get your ratio between 50 feet and 5,280. And you divide that number by 69 to get your overall degree per segment.
Yep, that makes sense.
Your overall degree per segment in that instance, if I haven't made some type of error, 241,985 would be degrees difference per 50 feet. It would be 0.000137241,985 degrees per. Obviously, all those decimal places are not necessary. 0001 is good enough
Yeah,
to.
so you're going to the thousandth of the decimal. Is that thousands? 10, 100,000? No, 10,000th decimal place. And I don't even think that we can read to those tolerances in general modern day building science or in general building. We can't build to those tolerances. It's impossible.
Not the billionth degree. No, I don't believe so. But anyway, my point is, this is the sort of thing that they would point out in why there's no discernible degree difference in building something like a bridge. Now, it sounds really good, and it's not technically false, according if you were to base it on their model. Now, what you pointed out yesterday actually is a little bit different and a good thing to point out, and that would be the two buildings that fell down. When you add height, the more height you have, the more of a degree difference you have.
Bingo, bango.
So,
and that, so are you done with that point? Because I want to tack on to the point about the bridges.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, sea level. Can we try to explain how above sea level measurement works? Like when we say 100 above sea level, or whatever that measurement is, whether it's 100 feet or 100 meters above sea level.
Elevation height? Go ahead.
Right, exactly. So when you talk about elevation height, sea level, right, because that's something that I use all the time. We use datum points when we're plotting the location of houses relative so that we can figure out what their height is. 30 feet is generally their max height. How would that work on a round Earth? Are we going to assume that all sea at the bottom of the sea is 0? All around the round Earth?
No, they say it's all relative.
Relative to what? Though?
They all say that sea level is relative to its position. That's what a faithful glober is going to say, is that it's a curved level, which is obviously oxymoronic, but that's what they say. That's what they have to say in order to be logically consistent.
Keep on to their right. And that's where I look at the idea of the bridge construction, and the variable also comes in. Where are we plotting that bridge? What is the height above sea level for that measurement? Because that height above sea level, and whatever that finished floor height, if you will, or the finished roadway height of that sea level needs to be added into your calculation to be able to figure out exactly where that degree is going to be, right? Because the offset distance from the core of the Earth to the surface changes. It goes up, as you say, higher. As the buildings go higher up, the difference between the two of them increases, right? That angle increases like Pac-Man.
Sure, yeah. There would be an angle. So even on a 1,000-foot tall building, which it's my understanding, I can't remember the exact number. They were 15, 1,600 something along those lines. But 1,000 feet, you've got to have some type of like, let's say it's 100 feet apart. I don't know how far apart they were.
I'm about to unpack it. Hold on. Let's do this in real time. So let's look at the height of the Twin Towers. I guess
the distance at the bottom versus the distance at the top should be a measurable distance different.
Well,
according to their paradigm.
So the World Trade Center 1 is 1,368 feet, 417 meters, and World Trade Center 2 is 1,362 feet. I think what we have here. Oh no, wait. WTC 1 to the roof is showing at 1,728, And
I don't think that they necessarily would have done the measurement between the two buildings, though.
no, what I'm saying is, I'm wondering if when we actually figure out, like when we see the height based on the curvature, if we're able to actually figure out if there would be a visual angular difference between the two buildings. You know what I'm saying? Because we wouldn't observe them
Visual,
straight up. I'm wondering if we would observe
I
them
don't think it would be visual,
like, no?
personally.
Okay. Because they're too close.
Even if the world, if the world were a ball of the size they say it is, I don't think that it would be a visual difference. But I think it would. I think it would be a measurable difference.
Definitely.
So,
At the base versus at the top.
Mhm.
Between the two of them, yes. Pear-shaped flat man can. Every time I see the pear-shaped, I think back to Neil deGrasse.
I like pears.
The
Pears are
world
pretty
is
good. I like
Earth
pear
is.
juice too.
I grew up in Trinidad in the Caribbean.
Oh
And
wow! Okay.
we had a drink called Pear Drax, Peardy, Peard. That's what they do in Trinidad. They take fruit juices and they'll flavor them and make a carbonated drink out of them. So they made this drink called Pear Drax, which was a carbonated pear beverage. Absolutely amazing. A great drink.
Yeah, probably a large amount of sugar too.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
buddy, they put sugar in everything. Damn it! They even
Yeah.
put sugar. They even put sugar and salt.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty bad. My daughter will look at me after a joke like that and be like, "Dad, just because no one's laughing doesn't mean anybody gets it."
No, I figured it was I'm figuring you're not making a joke. Is that? I mean, that's a fact that they.
No, they wouldn't actually put sugar and salt. I was just being
Oh.
absolutely
It wouldn't surprise me.
vindictive in my statement.
It wouldn't surprise me. The way that you would do it is you got your alpha, and then you have your hypotenuse, length, and I think with those two numbers you should be able to finish the triangle. So, and then you would just add those two numbers together and find out what it is. I think it's as simple as that. So the alpha or can you can't solve a triangle with just a hypotenuse, can you?
Just the hypotenuse.
I don't think that's how that works.
For the hypotenuse, I'm right at Sakatoa right now. That's where I'm at. Sine, cosine, and tangent. But you have to still have
What'd you say the height was in feet?
the height of the towers. One sec.
Just
Or
one
just
of them.
one of them. Yeah. No problem. I appreciate that. Thanks for unpacking this. Holy, I just threw this idea. I'm glad to know that you caught it. 1728 as a sample. World Trade Center 1.
All right.
Do you need metric or feet?
No. Feet's perfectly fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you definitely need an angle, another angle. So to me, the alpha angle what is
On the gospel, that triangle you're calculating right now, is it got all three straight lines? I'm just curious. Or is there a curved one?
yeah, I know what you mean.
Go ahead, sorry.
Valid point.
I'm listening. I'll be right back. Going on mute.
Buildings.
Oops.
Okay.
I absolutely love Miguel's share. Did you guys take this in?
What
About
was that?
the
What was that number again? 1700 and what?
one sec.
You said 1728.
1728. User Jinx.
Thanks.
You owe me a beer.
You got the math expert right here, Matthew. He already got this calculator, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just messing with you.
So it would have been, what would this be? 100s. You know what's always really annoying to do is converting a decimal into inches.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
what I mean, yeah, because we think of inches in terms of half, quarters, anyway.
When I started doing my job, I literally memorized like 1 inch is 0.083, 2 inches is 0.167, 3 inches is 0.25. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So if you have 0.089 inches or basically 0.09 inches.
Yeah. It's
then,
not even an inch.
Well, sure, of course not. But what
Right?
is 9/100ths of an inch in fraction form? And doing that in your head is savant level to me. Unless you've memorized it. If you've memorized it and then you're guessing, then there's that. But 1 divided by 32, I think it is 3/32. So a little bit more than a 16th. A 16th heavy is how it would be said in carpenter terms.
What do you do for a living, my friend?
I've done all sorts of things. Right now, I just do customer service for an earn company.
You are quite the Liz with the numbers. Damn.
This is based on the prior math. Anyway, long story short, there should have been somewhere between a 16th and an eighth of an inch difference based on a 90-foot separation between the two buildings. as far as I can tell. That would be the number.
They're not far enough apart to make.
Not, I mean,
Yeah.
not, but again, that can be measured,
Right. Oh yeah, for sure.
but
Well, here's
obviously,
a
but
here's
yeah,
a
they
going
can't
the
now.
opposite.
They don't exist anymore. But
So I'd like you to check my math. I'm gonna pull up something I ran through with, and I got a name. I'm gonna name drop, but I went through a calculation with Mark Sargent on I think it's a 65-kilometer distance. But I'm curious to know. Hang on. Based on a 65-kilometer distance,
Mhm.
if my vantage point is my standard height, say 1.8 meters, 6 feet, what would be on a 65-kilometer distance out? What would be the expected depression of that land 65 kilometers away from me?
What do you mean by depression?
Well, if the Earth is curved and I'm standing at one point, then 65 kilometers away from me, in any direction in a radius around from me, that land should be depressed. If the Earth is curved,
I don't know what you
should it
mean
not?
by do you mean down?
Yeah, depressed, down.
He's
A
asking
negative,
about
a
the
negative
8 inches
value.
per mile squared.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and what would have been your elevation?
6 feet, just my height.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, and I mean, in that case, you've got the classical 3 mile horizon, and then you have 932 feet of hidden hidden height is 932 feet at that 40.3 mile target distance. So basically, if you're looking at something 40.3 miles away, or I think you did say 65 kilometers.
Yeah.
So at 65 kilometers away, anything that's shorter than 932 feet should not be seen.
Yeah, we came out at 912, so 900 feet, which is interesting because the thing that I keep coming back to, I live close to Lake Ontario,
Mhm.
and down in Burlington, which is a city that sits right on the water, you can see the Toronto skyline, which has the Sky Dome and the CN Tower visible. What's interesting about that is the CN or the Sky Dome itself is 83, 85 meters to the top of the roof, the Rogers Center. That's where they play baseball. You convert that, that's approximately like 250 feet.
Sure, yeah.
So doesn't make any sense that you can see that white that white dot from Burlington going downtown, which is approximately 60 kilometers out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there's plenty of those long distance observations. Hey, I wonder
But
if
that doesn't even bring in the whole thing about the mirage, though, right? That's not like I
that's
know
not.
the whole discussion about Chicago, the Chicago skyline is a mirage, and so on and so forth. But this thing, because you have land literally running in between, because the skyline, the Toronto skyline, the shoreline of Lake Ontario is not straight, right? So there's no variation to be able to say that's a mirage. It's in fact like you're seeing the building itself.
I think a lot of people forget what that word means. Mirage. It's where we, shares a similar root in where we get the word mirror.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, yeah. It's my opinion that the Rayleigh criterion replaces the R value. This is the thing that I have started to come to the conclusion.
Explain that. Say that again. The R value.
Yeah, when we're like instead of the Earth curve calculator where you're applying the radius as the constant in the equation, because 3959 doesn't change.
Yes.
It's
Gotcha.
my understanding that the actual constant is the Rayleigh criterion. Always has been, always will be. But then other factors influence whether or not you can see things, closer up or further away, depending on the conditions. But the constant is the Rayleigh criterion, not the radius. I'll make an infographic one of these days. I'll probably in the next couple of weeks lay it all out there. Pique your curiosity at all, Matthew?
What were you
one of those
talking
what
about?
if questions?
Yeah, you were talking about triangles earlier, and then I missed what problem you guys were talking about because I just sort of came in the middle.
I was saying, what if? What if the Rayleigh criterion is the true R and not the radius?
I've heard the term Rayleigh criterion, but I don't know what context you're using it in this case. You mean like for the scattering of light?
Yeah, for long distance observations or short distance observations, that there is this number that is a constant that other factors affect, but it's not, the radius isn't necessary. And to replace that constant with another constant, I have determined that it's quite plausible that the Rayleigh criterion may be that constant. The 0.02 degree limitation of angular resolution.
Yeah, it's interesting because even the black swan is not much bigger than 0.02 degrees. It's like 0.03, the distance where the horizon appears versus, behind the rigs versus in front.
Yeah. So I found it.
Idea.
I found it interesting that the R could plausibly, not necessarily, but plausibly be replaced with this other constant. And wouldn't it be interesting if we found out later on that that was a fact, and that by deduction, the 3959 was found, but it was actually the word privation. Let me see. But basically that because of the eyeball, that's where that came from, because of the 0.02. It would be very interesting if that ended up being the case. Yeah, I guess privation is kind of what I was getting at.
That sounds interesting.
Scrutiny is welcome. I threw that number in a few different, Pythagorean calculations and determined that it was plausible, and I thought that was, was neat. I did the Lookout Mountain one. Did the Gaspard do Fenestrellus, the world long distance observation, and a couple of orders of magnitude. So interestingly enough, you would be able to make the argument that, wow, we actually see further than we should, even though it's flat. We see further than we should because there are these natural limitations, but there are factors that allow us to see further than normal sometimes. And interestingly enough, there are factors that disallow us from seeing as far as we should be able to. And it is mutually exclusive of the concept of curvature, or a reality of curvature. It's mutually exclusive.
One
And
of the biggest impacts being, I would imagine, the atmosphere, right?
sure,
Humidity and things of that nature.
yeah,
Atmospheric pressure.
humidity would be the number one. Temperature would probably be the number two.
Okay.
I started to think if I were to contrive a calculation, I don't know that I'd really want to have that undertaking, but I was thinking about it. I was like, I would want to probably factor in angle and direction of the sun. I would want to factor in all these different elements, or elements. Not a good word. Not a good word at all. Factors. I would want to factor in all the factors. Way to be redundant. And I was thinking probably
You want to
even
consider them. That's all.
for sure.
Right.
For sure. And the angle and position of the sun itself may even be, I don't know for sure, but may be an influencing factor on what can be seen regarding short and long distance observations.
One of the videos that I threw up on my channel was, I think they had set up like some binoculars on a beach side, and they had people just look into the binoculars. And I don't know the exact distance. I apologize for not knowing the exact distance, but the thing that freaked me out was seeing a boat skirting along the water, right? So the boat's sailing across the water, and you can see the wake of that the boat is creating on the sea itself, right? And the wake is only like maybe 12 to 18 inches in height, and you're seeing that, I guess, shallowness, if you will, over that distance, right? We shouldn't even be able, like, based on 18 inches depression, or based on their quote unquote curve, I don't know what that distance would have to be, but 18 inches, even over, I would imagine 100 feet would disappear if there was a curve actually in place to witness.
Yeah, I don't think it's 100 feet.
Like, what would 18 inches take to disappear?
A couple miles. I'll double check. What height?
Vantage point, say 10 feet, just a guess.
I might throw in 4. Calculate. Let's do 10. Let's do 6. 5. You said how many inches?
Let's say 18. So 1.5 feet.
Just a little under 5.5 miles would be target hidden height of
18 inches.
Just 5.3 miles maybe. Here, let's see. 5.4. Yeah, just a little under 5.4 miles would be, based on the whole the curve math.
Yeah.
Yep, Superman took those pictures. Checks out. I'll be back.
Kiwi, yesterday you said you had a question for me, but I didn't have time or something. I forget why.
Maybe try it later. Night.
I can guess what his question was. How can you measure an elevation angle with the curved baseline?
With
Curved adjacent.
a tangent.
Try again. You can't even think about sextants, Matthew. They completely rock your global world. Admit it.
No, because you can measure a tangent to a curve and then use the tangent instead.
So for hundreds of years, sailors have successfully navigated using the sextant across a flat plane, but it works out. They were really on a globe, but it's no big deal because they measured their elevation angle off a curved adjacent, right? Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. I'm not completely studied up on it, but I could assure you, if QE was here, you would know why you can't use a sextant on a globe. I'll shut up now. Somebody else talk.
The celestial horizon, which is what he's talking about, the quote unquote adjacent, is never even talked about in literally any sort of article that discusses how to use a sextant, like just the tool itself. It's never like, do you really think that people have always been having to calculate the celestial horizon into this if sextants, its purpose is to be used as a handmade tool? Like, I don't understand. Or as a handheld tool. It doesn't require you having to do some sort of calculations with a celestial horizon in order to figure it out.
Yeah, a sextant measures an angle, the angle between horizontal and then the height of the star or the moon or whatever they're looking at. The angular height.
I'm talking specifically about the adjacent you're talking about. Its name is, according to Globers, they have to use it's called a celestial horizon. That's what that adjacent is called. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just 90 degrees from straight down.
Not the horizon.
Or sometimes the horizon is obscured by fog, so they will like measure the angle between a star and its reflection on water. So you don't even need the horizon to measure the angular height of a star.
The horizon could be obscured by fog, but the stars wouldn't be.
Right. Sometimes the haze is just near the water, especially if you're out in sea. There's clear. You could see the stars clearly above you, but then either it's dark or you just can't see or make out exactly where the horizon is. But you can still use a sextant. There's techniques for overcoming that.
Matthew, maybe I was going to ask you as a Glober how you would explain the relationship between and I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, but I'll ask you specifically since you're here. How do you explain an airplane in the sky and a stable, what I witness as a stable plane? What is the scientific explanation for that? Plane of reference?
You mean an airplane flying? Could you explain
An
what?
airplane flying above me, it seems to be just flying. I don't feel like I'm moving because when I'm in a car and I see a plane going above me, I feel that I'm moving in the car and the plane is moving at the same time. But when I'm standing stable on the ground, it seems like the plane's moving and I'm not.
Yeah, so you're not moving relative to the ground, and the plane is. So it's all your perception of motion is relative to what you're looking at. So I guess I'm not understanding your question.
So my perception of motion is relative to what I'm looking at.
Right.
So you're saying that the plane in the sky is moving at a rate of 650 kilometers an hour. I think that's the speed.
Yeah.
Cruising speed of a plane. So how fast is the globe spinning? Like what's the Earth turning at, or the according to the globers?
Between 0 and 1,400 kilometers an hour, depending on the latitude that you're at.
Okay, so if I was witnessing a plane flying I was standing in, say, Alaska versus standing down in the Caribbean, seeing a plane flying by overhead, I would witness those planes traveling at my experience of those planes flying above me would be different is what you're saying.
No, they'd be the same because the relative speed of the planes to the ground is the same in both places.
Got it. Okay.
So the airplane. Are you gonna continue? Do you have another question?
No, Miguel. Insist. I didn't even realize you were here, my guy.
That was Jimsy.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna ask. So the airplane is moving at multiple speeds and multiple vectors at the same time, just like the Earth, right, Matthew?
Yes.
There you go.
It's interesting. You know, on Jim Panda server just yesterday, the Jim Panda and one other guy, some French guy, were making the exact opposite claim, Jimsy. They said that things only always go in one direction. It's impossible for things to go in more than one direction at the same time. And I guess what they're referring to is a net vector.
Ooh, a net vector. I didn't think about that. The fabric of space. You could look at it as a net.
Well, what I mean by net is in regards to gross and net. Grossly speaking, there's a lot of vectors, like at least 11. But the net result, according to what they were saying, the net result is only a singular vector.
Yeah, it almost blows my mind just trying to think about it.
Yeah.
So the other point that I brought up, and I think it was crap, what was the guy's name yesterday? He was on for a while. In any case, runway orientation.
Globe Master.
Well, there was Globemaster and Jemsy. You were an absolute star last night, man. My bad. But it wasn't Globemaster though. It was a guy before that, a younger guy, with him and his camera. And one of the things that I was asking him was, so if the world is spinning, wouldn't it make sense that when you design an airport and you design a runway, that all the runways should be going in the same direction so that the planes all get the advantage of the catapult effect? Because if the world again is spinning, to me, if like I'm thinking about it like on a treadmill, right? The treadmill's going and I'm on the plane. I'm going to want to go off the back of the treadmill so I get that catapulting effect.
Opposite.
So
I
I
think it
guess,
would be the opposite. Why not? Wouldn't you want to go into
yeah,
the
actually,
wind?
good point. Yeah, no, that's a good point because then it would give you the ground would be spinning beneath you and you would be going the opposite direction. That's a very good point. Yeah, good point. It's the idea of the hot air balloon, right? If you were to jump up in the sky for a long enough time, the ground should rotate underneath you and you should be able to just land back on your destination spot. If you were like, if you had the ability to jump up in the sky like a hot air balloon and just hang out there for a long enough time, right? Matthew? Or is the hot air balloon still moving relative to the ground beneath you?
No, so what you're saying, using the Earth as a catapult would be a good idea if the atmosphere weren't sort of tracking with the ground.
Right.
But since it is, then they take wind speed into account more than that. But in fact, when they launch rockets, they do take advantage of the catapult idea, and things are
No, let's
closer
not
to
bring
the
rockets into it because then you're going to talk about the arc, and the arc is literally just them following the curvature of the firmament. I'm not going to discuss rocket launching with you because that's space stuff. I'm just talking about the actual time when a hot air balloon gets inflated as an example. And again, I'm going to lily pad, but I think it's a parallel example to say that if I were to literally jump up in the air, the ground should rotate underneath my feet and I should land back in my destination. However, you're saying that based on the world turning, the world also turns the air and the clouds and everything around it with you.
And
right?
you, yes.
Okay, so my question is, when does that force of turning, right? Where does that ability to turn actually stop relative to space? Because if you have that turning force and you're saying the wind and the clouds are all moving with the Earth underneath it, which we don't have any video picture evidence of from NASA that the clouds are actually spinning with the Earth. They've yet to provide that, except the overhead flybys they've provided where they show the clouds that are actually stationary and not moving. So, question being, where does that turning momentum force stop?
Turning always requires an acceleration, and so if everything is already in motion, and if it's going to change, this is one of Newton's laws, right? That things stay.
No, you're referring to a scientist. I need you to explain to me without quoting a man.
Okay.
See if you can do that for me.
It seems like things stay in motion unless they are, unless some force is exerted upon them. And so when you jump up, then the motion, or if a drone goes up or a hot air balloon or whatever, it sort of continues in that same motion, continues where it is, unless acted on by some force like the wind or some other types of forces.
I have a question, Matthew. Really quick, if you guys don't mind.
Please do, I insist. I'm still not getting a good answer, so I'm going to go on mute.
Okay. So you say everything is in motion, right? When I just, by that logic, when I take off with a drone or balloon, I'm still within the same motion that I was in when I was on the ground. Is that right? So I understand what you mean.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how can it be that everything is in the same motion while, I mean, the motion is determined to have a certain direction, right?
Right.
I mean, you can't have motion with a direction. How can it be that we have simultaneously thousands of airplanes flying around the supposed sphere, which has a certain direction of motion, while these can simultaneously choose whatever direction of motions they want to have as flight paths, and they all can equally fly the same speed, burn the same fuel, and so forth.
Yeah, because they're flying in the air, and so they fly relative to the air, the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it means one motion is playing against the other, right? Because we both agreed on motions, a motion having one specific direction, right? As with the atmosphere that supposedly rotates with the Earth, has a specific direction. because you can't have motion and let's say a universal direction that just goes wherever it wants to and adapts to whatever it wants to. I mean, you need to have a specific motion in a specific direction, right? But when you have multiple motions within the motion that wants to go in different directions, how can we affirm that's even a thing or even possible?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Basically, it's because motion is relative. So when you're on a moving train, it's just as easy to walk towards the front of the car as it is to walk towards the back because of the same principle.
But one
But you're
second,
gonna feel that.
that
No,
train is.
it'll feel the same walking to the front of the train, walking
I
to the
know
back.
that.
No, have you ever walked on a moving train? You
I
can
have,
feel
and
it.
it feels the same.
No,
Have
hold
you
on.
ever
Wait,
been on
wait.
a subway, or have you ever been on a
that's
moving train
Yes, and
and
it
got
feels
up
the same.
and walked to the bathroom?
Sorry,
Walking
but
frontwards and walking backwards on the train feels the same.
that's a contained system. You know that, right? It's not like you feel the
That's
air
my
or anything
point.
that it's contained. Like you're using something that is contained, while the airplanes, for example, fly in the atmosphere, which is not contained. It just sticks to a spinning ball. Even though you yourself would say it's a very slow spinning ball, which we can agree upon because it's just once in 24 hours, which on a big ball will make it very slow. But in any case, it's a motion. But can we detect that motion? Because that analogy using the train or whatever that you live in is a contained system, right? You would agree. There's no force such as air or anything else which would be in motion.
Yeah, and same thing with the atmosphere. The air moves about the same speed as the ground, so it's like the air inside of a train moving about the same speed as the train.
What?
I mean, do you ever take into consideration the fact that you can find wind going in every direction?
Yeah, because it doesn't track exactly with the ground. It's pretty close though.
No. Like there's east winds,
Right.
and there's west winds, and there's north winds, and there's south winds, and every combination in between.
Right.
All over the world. In what way is that tracking with the ground?
It's not tracking exactly, but it's a little bit off. So if at the equator, if the ground is moving 1,040 miles per hour relative to the North Pole, and the atmosphere above it is moving at 1,030 miles per hour, then you'd experience a wind of 10 miles an hour, or maybe 1,060 miles an hour. So it's the 20-mile wind, the different direction. So it's just relative.
Exactly how do you think that the Earth makes wind go faster than the Earth is going?
The Coriolis effect and air pressure, like winds are caused by air pressure and all kinds of weather patterns.
Except for the fact that they're always, so for instance, out in the Pacific, over and over and over again, there's an eastward, it's a westward wind, but it's coming from the east. So wind coming from the east going to the west, right?
Yeah, so it's spinning slower than the Earth.
No, faster.
Coming from the east going to the west, so it doesn't go eastward as fast.
No, it's going to the west. Therefore, it's actually going faster than.
I think you got it backwards, but because we say that the land is spinning towards the east, and so things moving eastward would be spinning faster. Things that are moving westward would be spinning slower. But I get your point.
Matthew, real quick.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but then there's sorry.
So no, go. No, go
because
ahead.
I'm on the wind. There's also eastward winds, like between South America and Africa, for instance.
Right.
But also between America and Europe, for another instance, and also between Asia and America, for another instance. There's lots of eastward winds as well. They're referred to as west winds.
Yeah. Yeah, so those eastward winds would be spinning faster than the ground beneath it.
this just all makes sense to you. It seems logically deductive that the winds would go in all directions despite an alleged uniform routine spinning of the earth.
Yes, it does.
Fascinating.
You realize that even gravity is disagreeing with you, right? Because if clouds have weight to them, then they would come down and be sucked in. Like I'm having a rough time accepting all of it. And you mentioned the idea of the train. The train idea we're talking about in the chat as well. The aspect of the train moving, right? You feel the force of the train as it accelerates and stops, right? That's torque. And when it gets to speed, that's horsepower that maintains the train in its direction. You don't necessarily feel the force of horsepower, so to speak, when the train is in motion because it's quiet and still, but it's still moving.
Right.
You look outside and you can still point a reference. And that's another interesting thing too with the spinning globe, right? We don't here on the stable plane, we don't have any points of references that tell us that we're spinning beyond the stuff that has been presented to us by man-made creations, right? Like 2D views, like in-front views. Where's our point of reference to be able to tell us that we're spinning? What are you using? Matthew.
Like a train, sometimes if it's moving very steadily and constantly, you can't feel the motion. And so in that case, you look out the window and you can see that the landscape is moving relative to you. And so same with the Earth, we look at the stars and see them rotating and infer that we are in
Yeah,
motion.
you see them rotate.
Okay.
You don't see them. You don't see. How can we see the same constellations
Yeah.
every year?
That's my question. 2.
Because they're very far away and they don't move much. I mean, if you look at the
But think about logically, right? How
I'm
fast
thinking
we're
logically.
allegedly. No, wait. But think about how fast we're allegedly moving through the universe according to your globe model, and then think about their statement that the reason you see the same constellations and has, according to history, been the same forever. Just think about how that makes any sense. If we're moving that fast and they've been here for that long, the same, non-changing, how do you wager that?
The distances, the math works out. If you look at the speeds and the distances, it all works out.
Okay, so the distances that they're telling you is what you're basing your claim.
like-
You're not looking at actual observation. You're just going to the math that they spoon fed to you.
Yeah. So Polaris, for example, 300 light years away. That's pretty far. But
Polaris
it does.
is 300 light years away? What?
But it does move.
Polaris doesn't move.
Is Polaris and the other luminaries are they having their own motion, or are those stationary and we are moving?
Where the
Polaris is about between 300 to 400 light years away. But it does have a motion.
Sorry, I gotta shut up. No, sorry.
Oh, well, so what do you think proper motion is?
I'm asking because you're saying that they're really far away. That's why we don't notice any changes on the constellations, right? But are those far away lights? Are those moving? Are they having like their own movement as well, or are those lights stationary?
They move slightly.
So they do move as well. So we're moving.
The closer ones do, yeah.
We're moving. The Earth is moving at 11 different vectors, and those things are moving at probably no less than 11 different vectors as well. But still, we don't notice any changes on the.
We do notice a change. We notice that Polaris moves slightly, for example.
Well, we do this. We see the cycle that stays constant. Yeah, thanks for the correction. We do see changes, but it's a daily or yearly cycle that we observe.
Yeah, if you jump into the chat there, Matthew, you'll see Miguel's posting up a crap load of proofs that Polaris's location is so steady we can pinpoint it with the Georgia Guidestones that has a hole drilled in it that's maybe what 2 or 3 inches in diameter.
There's
Oh
older
yeah,
examples.
the motion is much smaller than that. So yeah, it's going to look fairly steady for a long time.
You can put a tube towards Polaris and look at it, and yeah, you come back next year and it's still there.
Well, it'll be 198 milliarc seconds different than the year before. But
what's a milliarc?
It's a 1,000th of a second, an arc second, a measure of angle.
And how do you measure that? What type of measuring device can you measure that with?
Or
is that just based on an obscenely long distance, i.e., like
photographic plates? They compare photographic plates of stars and see what the motion is. You know how the constellations have changed slightly. It's called the motion, the relative motion.
And what's the progression? Is the progression linear?
I don't know which direction it is. You can look up the proper motion of some of the closer stars if you want to see it on Wikipedia. For example, Polaris.
Does it go from A to B to C to D to E to F, or does it go A, C, B, G, C, D,
Oh yeah, no,
A?
It doesn't return to where it was before.
So that's why I asked the question: is it linear?
It's not cyclical. I don't know if it's straight linear or curved somehow. I don't know what the path would look like.
Isn't that a weird contradiction, though, to say it's not cyclical, but it may be curved?
No, I mean the spring is. If you look at a coiled up spring, it's curved, but the beginning of the spring ends up in a different spot than the end of the spring. I mean something like that. I'm saying the beginning and end points don't connect. That's all.
This is known how?
By measuring the proper motion.
Apart from assumption, how is that a known fact?
It's a guess. They guess at this fact based on observations of photographic plates separated by years of observations, and then like calculate how quickly certain stars are moving through the star field.
And under the presumption that Earth and existence is billions of years old, then why would it be reasonable to assume that it's non-cyclical? Unless you have yet another assumption built in.
I'm saying I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. I would suggest that this is a house or a deck, not a deck, a house of cards. So assumption built upon assumption, built upon who knows how many other assumptions. There's an assumption within, astronomy, astrophysics, whatever, that there was a central point of which everything exploded from. So in that way, there's a presumption or assumption that in no way would it return, except for those that say that it will return. There are those that believe that it will all implode at some point in the future, which would be a cycle, by the way. So it's interesting when there are these sorts of contradictions within the same system of belief. It's a non-cyclical action that also may be cyclical, except we don't think that it's cyclical because this is the portion that we've seen, which is infinitesimally small according to our own paradigm. So our rational deduction is actually irrational but it's perfectly rational because we appreciate the opportunity to contradict ourselves because everything is relative anyway. And yeah, I am being, facetious to some small degree in my caricature of these people who think that they're smart. But man, it is a corrupt system devoid of reason and logic. The faculties that have been provided to us naturally, just an abandonment, I think, because of hatred of the creator, but that's just my personal.
Exactly. And I don't think you have to
belief.
apologize for being vindictive, being facetious, or anything, because we have been, as flat Earth guys, we have been beat the hell up over this idea that we're not understanding these scientific concepts that they've been presenting to us all this time. So I have no problem making fun of the globe guys and calling them all blue ballers, because that's all that they boil down to for me.
You know what's funny about the borders, actually? When you're over there in the other Discord, which is extremely crazy, these people will go so nuts about their heliocentric religion that they are almost like a preacher, as if, I talked about this yesterday with what is his name? With Gregory, he made me aware of it. The way they defend the heliocentric model is if like they're defending something fundamental which will give them something in the future, such as everlasting life or whatnot. They defend something that is nonsensical to defend, actually, because what's the outcome? Are you going to achieve paradise from defending the globe? Are you going to exalt yourself at a certain point where you get to a higher stage of consciousness? What is the very reason to defend things that are happening according to these people, in a way that almost sounds like someone who is, a preacher on the street, for example.
Clay, you make a good point, and what I
There's no
want to
sense for
sorry.
sorry for a sec.
No, go, sir.
There's no substance or there's no logic behind for these people, because they themselves, most of the globers call themselves atheists, but they defend the heliocentric model such if it's going to achieve anything for them further down their life, if that makes sense, right? It just where's the fruit of it all? There is no fruit in that whole thing. It's just nothingness. It's vanity, extreme vanity, and these people defend it as if it's a religion, because it is a religion. Otherwise, they wouldn't go so crazy. Most of them.
Gospel said the abandonment of logic. Did you said that, Gospel?
Hit it. Say it. Say it. These are important words.
So,
what about
it? Is it more like a rebel child that has abandoned logic for his own self-destruction eventually, or maybe there might be, let's say, a deceiving side that is actually abandoning logic to maybe take advantage of his younger brother, just teaching his brother how to abandon logic, and in the other hand, he's doing. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm just thinking about how deceitful the lie is and how it's being used to take advantage of people.
Yeah. Ultimately, I don't want to suggest that logic is the end all, be all. Some type of secret paths to specialness or anything like that. And I'm using, I guess, coded language, but
You can bring the globe towards the abandonment of logic and reasoning, because it's just an actual. You can describe it with those. It goes with it. Like,
For
yeah,
sure.
I live in a curving, spinning globe adjacent to the emptiness of space or whatever. It just goes against everything we know.
The reconciliation of contradiction. It is a very common commonly held belief, more common than I think most people would be aware of. But not
All
a
right, so let's throw this idea forward. What happens if you go to school, you decide you want to take science, and you are completely, again, indoctrinated into the idea that you are in a blue marble. And say 20 years later, you're met up with a bunch of guys known as the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or Discovery. And all of a sudden, that throws what you thought you learned in school into a tizzy, right? I'm playing devil's advocate to what you guys are talking about at this point. Your entire foundation, your family, your kids, everything that you've been doing has been based on a blue ball model.
Not really, because you can actually learn about the globe earth and maybe speak about it and be kind of like a priest about it. But when
Right.
you go to the real world and do practical things, you don't use the globe for anything. You have to actually do things in a practical.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, and exactly what you just amplified there, Gemsy, and I really appreciate that. Am I saying that right? Gemsy or Gemsy?
GMC, yeah, GMC
Gemsy?
is fine.
So with Gemsy, with respects to that, I believe that that's where you require a proper innate, right? That voice inside you that's able to say, you're not speaking truth. Because I like these guys that get on a pedestal and start talking about the fact that the world is round. I question, as you say, they're what they're after, what they're truly after. Like, are you just a shill? Are you trying to just make cash off of an idea, or are you actually believing that this is true?
The very thing is that just mind boggles me is, especially with people who debate flat earthers, and they debate them, on a level where they themselves get very crazy, such as on the Panda Discord. We know our goal as flat earthers, right? We know what they're hiding from us. We know about the creator. At least some people know. Not everyone. I would not just generalize it, but there are certain reasons behind why we are flat earthers, especially understanding the very construct of this deceptive system that we have all been born into. But what are these people, on the other hand, are actually defending? Why are they defending it in the first place? Because first of all, there's nothing where you would get a flat earther back into which he would not have been known to before he was a flat earther. And on the other hand, what is the outcome of, I mean, if they think that the earth is a spinning ball, why did they even need to preach it as if it's a religion or something? Because I mean, they already know that. I mean, they can just go back to normal life. What does it matter to them? And I think only the people who have been confronted with flat Earth and actually know deep within the back of their mind, but they just suppressed it, that it is indeed flat, are the only ones that going to be the globers that going to have these debate channels and whatnot, trying to prove the heliocentric religion, because they know that if they would not do it and get confirmation by other ball believers, they would have a very bad life, because they would be need to suppress that knowledge that they have already gained through flat earthers all by themselves. And I think that's the very reason why you have people like Panda on the other Discord screaming sometimes their guts out. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't do that sometimes when it gets heated, but I know why I'm trying to make people understand what flat earth is all about. But these people, there's no fruit within what they're preaching, like, imagine you would, if it's possible, convert a real flat earther to the globe. What new would there be for him to discover? Nothing. It would just be the same retarded lie that we have all been told since the childhood. So I just don't understand these people. They make no sense. It makes no sense for them to actually defend their globe religion. Like, what's the outcome? You're gonna know where the creator is? No. You're gonna know that you're important? No. You're gonna know that you have a meaning in life? No. So, what's the outcome? of that preaching.
The powers be. I mean, or when someone has an advantage or let's say an administrative position, and they pass information down to people, and people have been given the wrong information about something, that will give advantage to whoever is at the position of power to manipulate people. And there's in a way, people use, but because when whoever is believing the lie, there's someone telling the story, right? So I would say, I guess most people kind of just believe it, and they were with their day. They're good people, even if they believe they live in a globe. That doesn't mean that, oh, this guy believes he lives in a globe, that means he's a bad person. It's not like that. But it's kind of like a fundamental uh piece of the equation. I was kind of describe it like, people believe in authority, and most of the things that authority, whenever you go out there and you see the administrator doing things and kind of like taking care of the city or doing stuff, practical administrative things, they're doing their job in many things. But and you're doing your job, even if even if you believe you live in a globe. You're a mechanic or a doctor or whatever you do, you're doing your job. You're not using the globe for anything. But I guess that authority figure that is making the most important decisions, where we move in our currency, our energy towards what. Hey, we need your taxes because we're going to the moon. We're going to space. That kind of stuff. So they have a big hold on the flow of energy, the flow of the end result of whatever effort you put into the system. Obviously, you you reap your rewards. You work and get your money, whatever, and buy whatever you need, food. But then the flow of that effort is being manipulated to, I don't know, stagnate it, or just to benefit certain people to a higher. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but someone manipulating the masses with such fundamental lies, it's a powerful position, I think.
Right.
But to the end, I think you're talking about the end goal. Why would they do this? I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Oh
what
man,
is the
can I
what
can,
is what is the outcome? A station on Mars, or
can I answer that?
yeah, please.
So, you guys ever heard about the Tower of Babel? Some
Yeah,
people also know it as the
Oh,
Tower of
I've heard of it,
Babylon.
but I don't. I've heard of it, but many people say like really small things about it. I don't know. I don't have like a whole picture about it.
So the Tower of Babel, and again, I'm not taking it on the religious talk. I'm kind of just painting the parallel so we kind of understand it. The Tower of Babel was something that was constructed because they knew where God was in the sky. So they started constructing a tower to try to reach God in the sky. God was like, I'm not having.
You mean heaven. You don't mean the sky, right? You mean like
Well, I say
heaven
I need
above.
to take it a step, but I don't want to blow too many fuses, right? I'm just trying to
All right.
tell a story to give an
Go.
idea, right? So they knew God was in the sky, so they're like, we're gonna build a tower to the sky and try to get to God. All what I'm saying is this idea of inventing space, this idea of inventing NASA and controlling space is just the identification of them being able to try to create their own God and give them the identification of their own God. That's what I think. That's the purpose of it, right? Make man believe in Satan, literally. Because he created space, right? He created NASA, he created space. Make man believe in it. That's what I'm thinking.
right. He created a deceptive space of nothing. In principle, if you think about it, people believe in nothingness as being something that will give them anything.
Well, people
They
believe
believe in a void.
people believe in many things that actually mean nothing. Like many people say a lot, but they are not saying anything. same thing with the belief. They believe in
Right,
so
but
many different things.
I understand, but I just wanted to, most of these very crazy heliocentric believers are mostly, so self-proclaimed atheists. But I think Kiwi is 100% right. The way they defend it and the way they build up this paradigm is just showing their hopelessness of actually. They just wanted to create their own belief system, own creator, however you want to call it.
Well, God did that in the Bible for control. So if we're going to use that, that story, let's keep it consistent with what reality is showing us. Why do people lie? The only reason why somebody would lie is to manipulate the situation. So in this situation, which, involves the population of everybody in the world, clearly at least their apex outcome, meaning their top priority is obviously control. Because why else would they be giving everybody this nihilistic idea of life, that you have no meaning, you were just a coincidence? Because uh they never to read and write for a reason, right? In history, they did that so they wouldn't rebel, so they wouldn't become smart, so they wouldn't take back what is their living right there as a human, which is to know the fundamentals of where you live and to know what's going on around you. So it's clearly their priority. We can at least assume with logic that it's about control, because why else would they be pushing this agenda? It just makes the most sense.
Very well stated. It's the truth. I don't want to push the limits of the boundary of the chat, being respectful of the rules that are in place, right? But in terms of what we observe, there has been in the UAE, they have built the House of Abraham, which is the lands, and it was completed in March of 2022 this year, which is the lands for the one world religion. There is a mosque, a synagogue, and a Catholic church on the same grounds. Yes, they did. And in that church, you're not allowed to worship Jesus Christ. They will have their own Bible, and I'm of the opinion that in that Bible, the word firmament, mentioned as what he created on day 2, is going to be changed to the word space. And if you see that he created space, and you know that NASA controls space, well, then all of a sudden you got people worshiping space. And who created space from NASA's book? That thing with the red tongue in their logo, right?
Serpent.
It's just so grotesque what they're doing. They're trying to get into the very minds of everybody. They're trying to control us on more than just controlling, where your tax dollars go, or more than just controlling. I think that's part of the reason why so many teens are depressed, because so many of them have a nihilistic view on life that
Yeah, they're doubling
that,
down on the younger generation. They're definitely doubling down on the young people. It's kind of crazy because the older, like our generation, our parents, we knew a different world, but this new system that they've been putting in place is very, very going strong towards the new people and
it's
the young
disgusting.
people.
They're doing this to children. It's just absolutely disgusting that what they're doing is just it's the worst crime that could ever exist.
All I've seen is 3D renderings of this thing. Are there any pictures of it being completed? Is it like?
No, I think you have to read the article. I think it was completed, but from my understanding, the complete date was March 2022. I don't know if they're keeping it under wraps. Yeah, Abrahamic family house. I don't know if they're keeping it under wraps, but again, this is where I believe the Antichrist is going to show up, right? And you've got the 7 years of the trib occurring. I believe that this is where it's all going to take place. But guys, I don't want to get into the religious aspect. I'm
They've built
so
some
very thankful to be here. I don't want to get kicked out.
You're fine. They built some. This Ajay or Ajay Associates have built some really elaborate buildings all over the world, really. And I was just
Yeah.
looking at their website, but the other pictures that they have of the things that they built are all photographs. I mean,
Renderings? Okay.
one for sure that I've seen with my own eyeballs in person, I know exist in Washington, D.C. So Ajay Associates built the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. I saw that with my own eyes. I was living there when that was getting completed and stuff, and open to the public. But I didn't realize that these are the same people that made all these other things. But again, when you go to the Abrahamic Family House, Abu Dhabi, it's a 3D rendering, and it's such an unusual picture because it portrays the surrounding area in a very Dune, like the movie slash. But I didn't watch the movie, the new one, but it just looks so
desolate.
Yeah, desolate's a great word for it. Like everything out in the distance is just sand, but that's not. There's water too, I guess. Maybe is the angle, but it just looks weird. Like there's a little shell-looking things out on the right side, and I'd like to see pictures of it being completed or even worked on, for that matter. I mean, it's a legit construction company. Like they've built massive things in Russia, in America, in Africa, and now the Near East, as it's referred to, or Middle East. National Cathedral, Ghana. Yeah, I would like to see pictures. And Google Maps isn't that up to date, I don't think. I'll give it a whirl.
So them pushing this thing and expanding into outer space, and now in the news you see, we've been watched, and there's these beings called the immortals, and we were made. Our creators came from outer space. That kind of stuff they've been promoting for a long time. They might be getting ready to give us some type of saviors that are coming from space or something. Some type of
Operation Bluebeam, maybe.
Yeah, but imagine someone sitting in the throne or something, like these places, these temples that they build, and they say this being is because with the technology and a lot of different things, and in TV they can show people a lot of different things, but
Project Bluebeam.
like
That's what Project
healing,
Bluebeam is.
like I don't know, like healing people or making miracles or whatever. Who knows? They could probably portray some type of guy like he's God or some alien that came from space and is here to help us to fix humanity. Because right now, people are like against the wall, depressed, tired of life,
They're
very,
looking
very
for
engaged.
answers. That's right.
Very engaged.
And that's what the idea of the Antichrist does, right? The Antichrist is the guy that shows up. He's like, I can do miracles, and he starts doing stuff. He sits on the throne. Exactly what you said, Gemsy, is exactly what's going to transpire. It's just that when you present people with the stuff to say, hey, this is actually happening because of XYZ, at some point in time, they experience cognitive dissonance and they run for the hills. So what do we do as people who see it from the purview of the hills that we stand on, if you will? We just wait. Watch this shit to blow up in their face. Sorry for cussing.
They have some amazing museums in Abu Dhabi. You can see on Google Maps. Oh, there's the Tower of Babel. Look what I found over in Abu Dhabi. Look what I found. Look at
What
that.
tower?
Look. I didn't find it on purpose either. I was just scrolling.
Where's that picture located?
I'll post the this should take you to it. I know it's a long link.
That's some universal alignment right there. You just happened to find it as we were talking about it. The universe is like, oh, here you go.
It's right next to the it's just down the road. It's like a tenth of a mile away from the trifecta of abomination.
That fake old globe.
Yeah.
I've looked at old globes in museums and stuff in Germany, and they dated them back to like 700 or whatnot, and they all look
that's
very
funny.
yeah, but they look like props, you know, like they don't look like authentic old. That more look like they made to be looking old, if that makes sense.
Hey, I guess you're still here, Matthew. Have you seen this one?
I'm laughing so hard out loud right now. Holy crap. What a great shot.
You're talking about the GIF, the two different pictures?
Yeah. Like, do you want links to NASA's website where those photos can be found, or?
No, I believe you.
No, the two identical pictures with the medium changed. That's basically what's happening. It's the same picture. It's just the medium, or not the medium, but
the foreground.
The foreground is changing. Thank you. Very well stated.
Yeah, so there's two different pictures with the same mountain in the background.
Yeah, but the pixels line up. Like, do you think that they like what do you think? You think that these pictures were taken from a different position, different angle?
Two different pictures with the same mountain in the background.
My guy, look at the bottom left-hand corner of the picture. Do you see the shadow line on the rocks that are there? That shadow line on that little small rock on the bottom left-hand corner is not even changing. How can you possibly say there are two different pictures if the shadow lines aren't changing? Because they were taken at the exact same time?
Matthew, can I just quickly debunk what Matthew is saying? Matthew, do you think they collected all the stones in the picture where you have the big stones, the rocks, on the other side, on the left side, and collected all the rocks to make it look more clean? That's nonsense, dude. Like, as if these astronauts would have taken the time to clean up the ground. So it's really just.
I think those are genuine photos. I don't know why.
Yeah, but do you look at the first picture where you have only the rocks without the stuff like the car and this weird cardboard spacecraft? You will see that the stones in the background, that there's a field of stones, you know, like let's say as big as two fists or even bigger, or your head or something. Do you really
Hey,
think
he said those are photos, and yeah, there are photos taken on a movie
Yeah,
set.
but
You know.
I want to debunk his analogy because he thinks just perspective and the craft is standing in front of the rocks. Why I would also ask or question myself, why would they go into danger and landing right next or like 1 meter or 2 meters away from rocks? And it just the whole analogy of saying it's because of perspective makes no sense. Given the evidence of the rocks that you see around, given the evidence of the changing elevation in the background, while the 2D looking background picture of the huge hill is still looking the same. So, sorry man, that's obviously showing you that it's fake.
No, I disagree.
And then show me how you can disagree with that. Did they have a little dump truck there where they put on the rocks and change the whole landscape, make it a different elevation, or how does it work?
Those are two different pictures taken maybe 30 or 40 meters apart or less, but the background of the mountain doesn't change that much.
Bullshit. The shadows are in the exact same spot. No.
That's impossible, man.
You think the mountain's really big and far away then?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured.
It's impossible. Look at the surrounding area and look at the line the line that is between that 2D mountain, which has a different color, by the way.
Don't forget, Clay. Everything is possible when everything is relative.
I mean, the mountain literally has a different color than everything else. It looks like it's if some guy has painted it on the background.
It's farther away. Maybe it's made out of slightly different material. I don't know. I mean, you're saying the mountain looks fake?
Why are you this? Why do you do that to yourself?
Because I think it's the absolute truth, and you guys are the ones that aren't getting it.
I'm not getting it. That the whole elevation changed and these small little rocks that you have in the first picture are all disappeared. Like, tell me, is it further away in the picture where they take a picture of the craft, and on the other hand, why would they land as close to these big rocks? And on the other hand, what is it, further away or closer? Because in no way you would get rid of the rocks that you see surrounding the area. It makes no sense. The whole analogy of what you're trying to create there makes no sense.
Makes sense to me. I mean, they took one picture, they walked a little bit away, and then took another picture.
Yeah, but then you're willingly ignorant of what I'm saying.
I think I found it. Check this out.
Again, my question is, do they have a dump truck and some guys with a shovel?
No.
Getting rid of the surrounding small rocks?
No,
right? So why are the rocks disappearing?
Because it's in a different location.
I think I found it.
How can it be in a different location if the
Hello?
background lines up?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gospel Bear posted both pictures at 19 past the hour if you want to look at the originals.
Yes.
No, look at what I just posted though. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks like one of the originals.
Well, no. I zoomed in on the photo with the little buggy. Or I'll post it differently. Might make it more obvious. You know that same mountain exists in Hawaii?
It does not.
Oh yeah?
I don't get it. Either you're paid to be that way, Matthew, or
You're confident in your you responded very quickly to that. So
yeah, this is a picture from the NASA website, and so it's on the moon, and so therefore it does not exist in Hawaii.
What the heck, man?
Hey, you know what?
I
That's
also
special.
by the way, I have a picture of Buzz himself standing
You
in
need a
front of that.
timestamp for that one.
I have a picture of Buzz himself standing in front of that very mountain in Hawaii. Give me a sec. For some reason, he needed to visit that location. You know, who knows why? Sorry. I will find it. I will find it.
and therefore, oh, that's some funny stuff. Thank you, old dude, for
yeah, there is it. There it is.
Thank you, old dude, for actually So it is a coincidence then. It is a coincidence that this exists in Hawaii.
Yeah, those aren't the same mountain.
Mm-hmm. Because NASA said so, right? That's your logic that you're going with?
Because the picture that they took on the moon is not the same as the mountain in Hawaii. They're different mountains.
Yeah, because NASA said that they took pictures on the moon, therefore it can't possibly be the same.
Right. A picture, a mountain on the moon is not going to look exactly the same as a mountain on Hawaii.
Well, hold on. You might want to correct yourself there. Was that even a logical statement, truly?
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
No two mountains are identical. So
Put him in detention.
if they're taking pictures of two different mountains, they will be.
Why not? Why wouldn't two mountains potentially be identical?
Same reason two snowflakes are rarely identical, or two rocks are not identical. I mean, they may be close, but every mountain is slightly different from every other mountain. Do you think it's possible to have two identical mountains in two different places?
Man, I can highly recommend to you. There's a Russian documentary. The Russian guy, actually, who has a lot of experience about how you made these old green screen effects of adding backgrounds, and he made videos of layering these backgrounds upon each other to prove that every background that NASA has used for all their moon missions were were actually identical, just recycling their special effects within the studio. But I'm sure you're not gonna watch that documentary because it takes like 2 hours or so. Or 1 hour. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched that.
But is he interested, though? That's the question.
Not really. I don't think so.
Matthew, I have a question for you. Have you ever seen the video where three of the Apollo astronauts are confronted about going to space? One guy responds getting very upset and says, his son says, should we call the CIA and have them waxed? And then I think it was Buzz Aldrin, when he was confronted to put his hand on the Bible, he got extremely upset and ended up punching the guy in the face. Have you seen that video?
I've seen the video of Buzz Aldrin punching someone, yes.
So why is it that when confronted about whether or not they went to space, went to the moon, that these guys responded so aggressively?
That's a psychological question.
No,
my guess would
buddy,
be-
no, it's not a psychological question. This is a plain Jane question that you were confronted with the Bible and you reacted like a little girl.
It's because they just fake landed on the moon in Hawaii.
My guess would be that they were frustrated by having to answer the same questions over and over and having one of their biggest achievements in their life questioned.
Interestingly, but the normal man would seek, you would think, salvation in the Bible.
Well, to be fair, that guy asked him to do something that anybody that actually knows the words inside of that book wouldn't agree to in the first place. So it was
that is very fair stated. Okay.
It was a bit of a catch-22 situation. But to be fair, on the other side, if I were put in that situation, I would say, I'm not placing my hand on anything because inside of that book it says not to. This is what I did. It's up to you to, to accept it or reject it.
I like the
guys see what
CIA response, calling the CIA
Crypto.
to have them waxed. I like that one too.
See, here's the thing, right? The thing to me isn't that they kind of refused to do it. It was the angry responses which made no sense. So, like, I try and imagine, like, if you went to a sports star like Tom Brady or something and said, I don't believe you really won all those Super Bowls. Would Tom Brady punch you in the face? Or would he just laugh at you? Like, honestly, just think about it. If you went to Tom Brady and said, you didn't win any Super Bowls, you're lying, he would just laugh in your face and walk off. That is the appropriate response. The appropriate response isn't punching someone. That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
If you guys want to see it, I have the clips on there, and that's, I fully agree with you. They reacted illogically when they were presented with a valid question. That's my whole where there's smoke,
Guys,
I think there's fire.
guys, let alone remember what Matthew just said. They accomplished the greatest feat of what man would have ever been done, and just look at the faces when they came back. You think that's faces of people that accomplished something that no one has ever done? Or let me ask Matthew, is that a coincidence that they look like if they're hiding something?
No,
Sorry.
one frame? Like you're talking about one frame where they weren't smiling?
No, the whole weird interview that everybody knows, where even people that believe in the moon landing say it's just strange that they looked so sad and acted very weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't find a problem with that.
Okay. Is there anything you find a problem with regarding NASA, heliocentric model, or anything? Is there one thing that you might say, that's a bit weird?
He takes it all for granted. 100%.
But isn't that crazy?
Not 100%. I generally disagree with the naturalistic explanation of the origins of the universe.
Does NASA in particular make any claims to that end?
That's why I'm sort of thinking through. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they do.
I know that on an independent level, a singular, like there's people that work for NASA that hold those beliefs for sure. From a corporate structure, like I don't know if it's fundamental to what they say or do necessarily, although it is in different ways. Why do we see the moon mountain line up with the mountain in Hawaii? Because they're different. Wait, what? Why doesn't the moon mountain line up with the mountain in Hawaii? Because
Yeah,
He's
there are two
using
different mountains.
But now you're just using a red herring, disregarding everything I said.
No,
before.
earlier you were saying, "Hey, look, it's the same mountain." I said, "Well, then why don't they look the same?"
do you think that those pictures were taken from the exact same spot? Well, obviously you wouldn't, but do you think that would be? Let's suppose that the moon photo, we'll call it the moon photo, is actually in Hawaii, and that is the actual mountain. Same.
Okay.
You suggested that the reason that they looked the same because they were taken in different locations. Well,
You just got a call.
Yeah.
So what he's trying to say is they probably took reference pictures of certain mountainscapes and then used it as their the technology of creating these green screens. Let me find this Russian documentary for you, and the Russian guy or this guy actually explains it pretty well how they use these glasses that you put in that you used to create these fake backgrounds back in the days. Very simple technology. That's why you actually see the astronauts, for example, being transparent when they come out. When the famous video where he comes out and you see the background actually behind him, transparent through the person. It's not because of some silly. It's just because of the technology of old green screen that they use. Why the astronaut is actually translucent. And let me show you how it's done. But I don't know if that's actually enough for you. But regardless, it's just so. You know what? 1 second, I have an idea. I think it fits it pretty well. Maybe let's listen to another great accomplishment of the second car in space, okay? And let's listen to the very guy what he's about to say about it.
At Associated Press.
Marched NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman with the Blue Planet, and how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman. So Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, "Hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels roadster with a tiny spaceman on it, in the car too?" I'm like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's silly fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. I mean, that's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I mean, I'm tripping balls here.
Alrighty then.
So you're saying, what are you saying that Elon Musk is saying? I mean, he was talking about having a car in space, and you're saying what?
Do I really need to further go into detail about obviously him not taking it very seriously?
No, he was claiming that there's a car in space from that clip.
Right. It looks. Can you repeat what he said? It looks so fake. And it must be real because it looks so fake, right? But we would have way better CGI if it would be
if it was fake.
Yeah, if they were faking it, they would make it look better. Is what he was saying.
Yeah. If it was fake,
Does
it
that
would look
make
way more
sense?
real than that.
Does that make sense? Is that logic?
Yes, that makes sense to me.
If it would be fake, they would had better CGI to make it more real.
Yeah,
that's
it looks different than we were expecting.
Yeah, but that's obviously the sound of a very disappointed man, because he's either knowing that it's bollocks, or he's thinking, let's just say that he thinks the globe is real, whatever. He's looking at that going, "Fuck me, that looks awful," and he's in damage control mode. Let's be honest. Like he's a disappointed man in that moment.
It looks fake.
What about the tire?
What
Yeah,
about the
and
tire? There's no problem with the tire.
he self admits that they have not tested anything on the car for
Right.
going into space. That's great. Cool story. I mean, that's honest, actually. You know, it's just furthermore underlining that it's all fake.
Well, you know it's real because it looks fake. Because CGI looks way more realistic than reality.
Right. That's what NASA always uses. Oh, Matthew.
What are we supposed to do with this?
One of the aspects of truth is that it comes sometimes is unexpected and doesn't look like we expect it to. However, when you do CGI, it comes out exactly like you expect it.
Right. Matthew, I have a question. Have you ever listened to Rammstein? Do you think Rammstein was on the moon when they had like some special missions so they can record their video on the moon?
We all live in America.
And don't you think that the whole song is somehow a little, what's it called, mockery of the stupidity of Americans and all people around the world that have bought into that Western lie of, you know, globalization, where you see like Africans eating, I think it's like a burger or something or whatnot. That America is like a virus somehow. Like the whole song, that's, by the way, if you know Rammstein, and I don't like Rammstein at all, but there are many songs that they created that is really critical towards certain topics. For example, another song would be Radio. Unfortunately, that song Radio, it's in German. I mean, you would need to use the subtitles. But there's many things, hints and stuff that they use, you know, to mock the people that don't know. And this is literally a song mocking people who believe in the moon landing. Especially when you look at the ending of the music video, where they show you that set. And man, please watch it if you have never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Thanks for the link.
No problem. Pretty cool. And trust me, they didn't went to the moon. They actually filmed that in a studio. It just looks like it because it just looks too fake. So no, it looks too real, so it must be fake. Sorry, just it's level because it's curved, right? We just need to use logic here. I forgot.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, good morning, Matthew. How's everything going?
It's going okay.
Hey, if CNN and NASA came out tomorrow and said the world is not a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, and that we've been lied to forever, would you need psychiatric help or seek counseling, or would you just say, okay, I was fooled and move on? I mean, would it be easy for you to admit to yourself you've been fooled, or would you need some counseling?
If CNN and NASA both came out tomorrow and announced that the world was flat and it was not round, I and most of the people on Earth would not believe them. And we would say, what went wrong with them?
Yeah, I just kind of wonder if there'd be a mass calling to counseling in psychiatric places, to seek help, because
No, there would not, because nobody would believe them.
Okay.
You would say no.
I just kind of wonder how you would handle it.
I would handle it fine because I wouldn't believe them.
Okay.
So when they say something that can be validated through direct measurements, you're not going to believe them. But when they say something based on cartoon images, validated through nothing in reality, no problem.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
But that is what it is.
Right.
So even if the globe establishment came out and said, sorry, Matthew, we don't live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. We live on a flat and stationary and contained Earth, you still wouldn't believe it?
Well, who do you mean by the globe establishment?
Well, NASA.
By the way, unfortunately, that Rammstein America is also German, and for some reason you can't have subtitles. But trust me, when he says Mickey Mouse, there's a reason why he says Mickey Mouse. He inserts a pretty obvious reasons why he says Mickey Mouse. But you know, for that you need to understand what the background of NASA is and so forth. But just really, if you would really want to understand the mockery behind that song that Rammstein made, listen to the English lyrics. Let me see if I can find it in English. But I don't know
Yeah,
if
it's called America. It's called America, but it's spelled with a K.
Yeah, but they singing in German, right? I mean, the only thing that they say is America that the American would understand, right?
And the chorus is in English. I don't know about the verse.
Right.
Actually, well, he does say wunderbar, but I think everyone knows what that means.
Wunderbar. Yeah. Most people would understand what that means.
So Matthew, that photo I posted at 39 after the hour, which is a close up of the thing that took Armstrong and Aldrin to the fake moon, that doesn't bother you that that's a NASA supplied photo and you're okay with the construction of that thing? Just want your opinion on that.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right. Matthew, my main man, Matthew. Love you, Matthew. That's why I love
curious.
Discord. That's why I
I'm
love
curious.
Discord 24/7 so much. Is I have the privilege of talking to Matthew. Thank you, Matthew.
You guys are great.
Hi, Matthew.
Sup, Matthew?
Hello.
You must be smiling right now.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can definitely hear it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Just Jenny.
Yo.
Just Jenny. How's
What's
this?
up?
How's this, Just Jenny? Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest, run!
I do.
Is that pretty good?
Run, Matthew, run!
No, Matthew's doing his
Learn,
job.
Matthew,
He's
learn.
Wait. Is Matthew a flat earther now?
Closet bathroom.
Well, everybody
No, I'm
thinks
not.
he's heading that way, but I don't know about that.
No, he's collecting a paycheck. That's all he's doing.
Well, no, something else he's doing is
Well, that'd be called a show, wouldn't it?
he's being an example for the listening audience. I think that's pretty nice of Matthew to hang around with us.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hey, Matthew, if you were a father, and I wish you were, because it's really a great honor to be so, I'd be sending you a Father's Day present on Sunday.
Happy Father's Day.
Sunday. Doesn't the sun come up every day?
Ba-dum-bum.
Better they say your video is so funny.
Joel, I heard that.
Well, if you didn't throw in some idiotic funniness, then it wouldn't be funny.
No, we need more comedy in this game here because it's been going on way too long. They've been having a pass for too long. I say it's open season.
Yeah, I miss like a year ago when I first came in here, like when they actually argued about stuff that actually made sense. Now they just argue about stuff that doesn't make sense. It's like, I don't
'Cause they got
understand.
them.
Like, you would think that it would get progressively better, right?
You'd think.
Well, you know, if I was that bad at something, I think I'd have given up by now.
Sadly, the globe, the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball believers have drifted toward not Professor Dave more than they've gone toward logic. So I guess the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball community is getting more dumb every day and going more toward not Professor Dave.
Correction, please. A correction. That would be
P Dave, not what you just
Well, I did say not. Or pretend. How about pretender? Pretender, Professor
Pretender
Dave.
Dave, Pretender
Yeah.
Dave, or P Dave. That would work. Anything else,
Professor
but
Dave is
the
a
stolen
It's just
title. I
Dave.
don't care if
Dave.
you twist around the English language. I don't give a no. It's P Dave.
Okay. So 2-time dropout P. Dave. How's that?
What? Yes, that sounds great. I mean, he's had his pass for too long. I'm just saying.
I'll definitely go with P from now on. So thanks. Run,
Please don't say that.
Matthew,
Please
run.
stop saying it. You're going to invite bad people.
Gemsy did a good rip apart on Professor Dave last night and his numbers, his 2 million subscribers and his 50,000 views on his videos. That
Those are
guy's
paid for, by the way.
he's pushing a crappy agenda. That guy. And I'm sure he's a Freemason. His buddy FTFE, Fight the Flat Earth, that little buddy from
Oh yeah, I saw.
the UK. Him and I shook Professor Dave's tree, and FTFE fell out and came to his defense. So I engaged with him, and FTFE quickly mentioned that he was a Freemason, and at that point I realized that that's why he pushes the Globe agenda, right? If you get into a discussion with a Globe guy, ask them, are you a Freemason? I'm telling you, 90% of them are going to report back to you and say yes.
Well, they don't have to tell the truth. I mean, why would you even bother asking the question, really?
Can't be true, because if 90% of the people on Earth are Globers or more, then how could 90% of them be Freemasons? There just aren't that many Freemasons in the world.
Who claims that?
There's a difference.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious,
I can
bro?
answer
Really?
Yeah, how many Freemasons are there?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Crypto's talking.
Cool. Yeah, basically. So there's a difference between a Glober and just a normie. So when we talk Globers, we're talking about the likes of Fight the Flat Earth and Sector Dave and yourself and a few others. People who defend the globe in online debates are Globers. People who just think they live on a globe and have never bothered actually engaging their brain for more than 5 seconds to think about it are normies. They're not Globers. So there's
Thank you for that clarification. Much appreciated.
I would suspect if you ask most normies if the Earth is a globe, they'd say yes. So I would say by definition they are globies.
I just gave you the definitions.
And I disagree with you, those definitions.
So, well, they haven't had the proper amount of knowledge to discern the title for themselves. So, like he said, they're normies.
You can't disagree with someone that literally defines the terms for the sake of the context of the statement that was made. It doesn't even make logical sense to disagree when somebody's setting the basis for interpretation of what they meant.
Yeah, when they say level is curved, that's when I just go, nope.
So,
no, rookie.
So can I do that when I define sea level?
Yeah, you did that, and it helps people understand what you think level means. Of course, that doesn't change what the word means, but for the context of the statements that were made, crypto was literally providing an understanding for that specific context.
Okay, fair enough.
Can't
Can't
generalize it out.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right. He was defining what he was meaning, so I think you're right.
But it was a more general definition of what we mean as a group when we say Globers. We don't mean everyone who believes in the globe. We mean people who defend the globe actively.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But you're not real good at that, Matthew, because the new line from Las Vegas just came out about 20 minutes ago. Has you at 26.1% possibility of being a closet flat earther. So Vegas is seeing through you slowly, and a lot of us saw through you right away. So keep it up. You'll be at 30% by next week.
Matthew, do you disagree with the color yellow? Huh?
No.
Okay, I'm just fucking with you. Don't let him push you around, man. Just go measure the Earth for curvature once, please. If you can. If that's... Yeah, how much time have you spent here, Matthew? Can you give a ballpark? Like
I don't
months?
know. I'm usually like multitasking, doing other stuff, editing pictures and working.
No, okay.
So, oh well.
I'm not saying like giving us 100% of your attention. I'm saying how much time have you been logged in and talking and engaging with us? How many months? Has it
5
been
or 6
years?
hours a week. Yeah.
5 or 6 hours a week. I'd say a little more than that, but okay. Let's just go. Let's be generous and give you 5 hours a week.
So 150 hours. If you could multiply that by three years.
By 3 years, okay. 150 hours. How long do you think it takes to go to a place like, say, where the Black Swan was filmed and do the same observation? How long do you think that'd take you?
Half an hour.
Would it take all day, even?
Yeah, it'd take like a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you could have done that a handful of times in the amount of time you've been wasting our time and yours. Probably just ours, though, huh? Here in the server. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I could have done that a handful of times.
So you could have done anything, and you haven't. You just come and blah, 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 right?
A while back, I decided to, quote, do my own research, and so I did some moon observations.
Have you observed the Earth? Hold on, I'm almost done with this one. Have you observed the Earth though, at all? And can you use it as an argument, or are you just gonna not have an argument ever?
No, I can use my moon observations as an argument that the flat Earth story doesn't hold up.
How do you divorce your moon moon ideas from the assumptions that are required to have the ideas you have about the moon?
They support my assumptions.
That's okay with you?
Yeah.
To have an assumption.
That's how it works.
I mean, that's how confirmation bias works. Yeah, it is. That's okay, though.
Yeah, I assume the Earth is a ball. I look around and see if the evidence supports it or not, and so I confirm or deny it based on the evidence.
What if there's a different cause for the observations you're making?
I'd be open to hearing it. I haven't heard a better
Rayleigh criterion. I talked about it earlier today. Were you here when I was talking about that? Yeah, you were.
Yeah, so the full moon stays the same size all night, and somehow it gets magnified just exactly the right amount as it goes away.
Huh?
That doesn't seem plausible to me. That's all I'm saying. I would assume that physical objects follow the law of perspective, including the moon.
Yeah, and
if the moon gets farther away, it should decrease in size.
Why?
Law of perspective. As things move away, they appear smaller.
Yeah, but there's other factors involved in our observation of distant objects.
Yeah, like the atmospheric lensing, for example.
Exactly. There you go.
I find it unlikely the atmospheric lensing would exactly compensate for the distance.
Matthew, if you're intellectually...
You got a phone call.
I think what he's referring to is vanishing point versus the sun actually setting, right? When
we're talking about the full moon. As the full moon stays the same size from like 9 p.m. through midnight, through 3 a.m., through 5 a.m. It's the same apparent size in the sky.
Gotcha.
Which I think would imply that it's the same distance.
Yeah, and you're off in the weeds again. Hey, last night when I told you that your claims are irrelevant unless you've performed the exact observation that you're defending or denying, that I don't know if that was a full sentence. Sorry, but what I'm saying is you have to perform the work before you talk about the work. So like, Say, for instance, Black Swan. The reason I don't talk about the Black Swan is because I didn't take the picture, I didn't take the video. Other people want to talk about it, that's fine. I don't use it as proof of anything one way or the other because I didn't do it. That's just me. Now, other people aren't going to do that, and that's fine. Here's the deal, though. You won't even lift finger one, Matthew, to do anything to counter, truly counter, scientifically counter anything that we're saying and that we've found. You're just going to sit here and gum flap and jaw flap. You will let me finish speaking, too. So what I think you should do is have a little personal dignity, take this seriously for once, go out and do an observation like the Black Swan, because then we could compare them, right? Do a bunch of them, do 5 different ones, and then we can compare them to the Black Swan. Other people can go out and do it too. Really, really dig your teeth in, your feet in, or just, dip more than your big toe into the water here, because it's really pathetic that all you do is you see the shock is, it's over with. I'm no longer shocked that, oh my God, he says that, he admits that he assumes. Oh my God, I hope the audience sees that. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. You're doing that on purpose. It's an act. You're trying to stumble us up when we see you saying, yeah, I just assume things. Then we're like, oh fuck, now what do we do? Yeah. So you need to go perform anything at all before you should be taken seriously. I hope you agree.
Sure, that's why I posted the performance of the measurements and the observations I did on the moon.
Well, Sean, this is the point.
The Earth, bro. We need Earth stuff, not moon stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
This is the point. You are asking that not only Matthew, you are asking that in the last I don't know, maybe let's say 1 month, maybe 1 year. But I'm hearing, and you are asking almost every person, and you are so surprised, but nobody wants to do it, And I think let's make some kind of like first Glober who went into reality,
Yeah.
And he will have, and someone will, I don't know, someone will make some video, and then we will give him prize. I don't know. Let's collect some money for him because he was the first Glober who went out, and we'll see what he find it out. But at least he did it. He was outside,
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I've tried that with a couple people and they refuse.
They'll never do it. Not one of them will do it once. This is your triple, quadruple dog dare, Matthew, if that shit even matters.
You would think that they would want to see what you saw, right? So they could understand why you think what you think, right?
Right,
but
exactly.
For some reason, and I even offered to pay for the gas and drive them over there. They were like, "No, I'm good. I don't need to see that."
Maybe it's a fear, because if you see there something what you don't want to see, that means flat. In this case, Matthew doesn't want to see flat. And if he see flat, he will know that it's flat. And that will maybe give a fear, because then you're going against the old...
That's right.
I think
that's right. You can't... I'll leave it here. I
then
got
you go against all authority, and you cannot say anything, because who knows what authority, how authority will react, and better to be quiet and go on, and let's wait that authority resolve this problem about shape.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it's simple. It's very simple. He will not be able to unsee what he finds if he goes out and tests the glow math against
in
reality.
one moment. That's only my opinion. But I think that he's waiting that authority say something like, the Earth is flat and we were wrong and blah, 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 something like that on news one day. Well, I don't know.
Right.
That's right.
Or you would say things like,
did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fit. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Holy shit, can you send that to me, please?
And listen to Devil, because
where'd you get that? Sorry, Claire Nucille, that's brilliant.
It's on my YouTube channel.
Oh God,
Matthew, you are the person who was speaking like we were speaking about 1 hour. What is evidence and what is proof? And then I come to my wife and I ask her, if I want to translate in my language, and I ask her because she's not, my English is not so good like her. And I ask her, what mean proof and what mean evidence to translate me in my language? And look at she said the one word for both things. And now my understanding will be, fuck, these English people, they are, or Matthew or whatever. Now we are debating about two things. What in my language mean one thing. What shall I do now?
He's afraid, man. And that's okay. Listen, Matthew, it's okay to be afraid, right? You don't have to admit
I'm
it to
not
us.
afraid.
Yeah. See, you interrupted, and it's a defense mechanism because you actually are afraid. But anyway, you don't have to be. I don't want to be a dickhead and be like, huh, you're just afraid, pussy. You can't go out and do stuff. That's not the deal. The deal is actually to try to light a fire under your ass so that you go out and do it once, right? Do what we've done once, right? Go to the Black Swan thing. Go. Where did the guy get the long distance photography record? 273 plus miles. Go there. Try to take a similar picture. Do something at all that allows you to see whether or not the globe math is wrong or right. And by the way, you'll find that it's wrong. And then once you do, it's okay. And it's okay to say that you were wrong. It's okay to, in your mind, see that it's actually flat and go, holy shit, that is reality. Dag nabbit.
And for me, it's normal even to teach. I will teach Matthew, because authority wants that. We will all do stuff for authorities because we cannot change this world like this in the click. If I go outside and say, look, people, that is flat, believe me, blah, 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 let's go together, everybody. That will not work like that. Never.
Okay, so someone did go to the place where the black swan image was taken, and they took some pictures.
I know,
and
but was
it
that you, Matthew?
No,
was that
but
you?
I think
Well, then
I
why
might,
are you talking about it, dude?
because you guys want me to go to this place and take pictures.
No,
But
I do. I do.
Okay.
These other folks are may or may not share my sentiment here. I want you to do it.
Let me explain why I think it wouldn't be worth my time, because different people have come up with different results by taking pictures at the same spot. And so what would me adding one more picture say either way? So I
Do you know what
agree that-
empirical means?
Yes.
Okay. The only way for you to gather empirical data is for you to go and do the fucking thing.
What if somebody else does it and I look at
It's
their
not
picture?
empirical unless you were there with them.
Matthew, maybe you're right, but I will check that. And very soon, in July, I will be on the beach after.
Yeah, here's the thing. You don't see a problem with appealing to someone else's work?
No.
I rest my case.
He doesn't need to go to check. Other people check it for him. Only if he don't want to believe that people, then he can go to check.
That was a great mic drop question. Not believing in, or believing in other people's, seeing problems with other people's creations. Because
Kiwi, have
Matthew's
you
going, see a problem. Sorry?
Kiwi, have you been to Paris?
Have I been where?
To Paris, France.
Yeah.
Have you
I have.
been to Cairo, Egypt?
No, I have not.
Do you think the pyramids are real?
Do I think the pyramids are real?
Do you think they exist?
Yes, I think the pyramids exist.
So you trust other people's eyewitness testimony and trust pictures taken by other people?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
Okay.
You didn't do anything there, Matthew.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Hold on. No, wait.
sometimes
no.
you can
Matthew's
trust-
not. No. Hold on, guys. Matthew's not going to do the old, hey, I did this, so this works, and so on. No, it doesn't work like that. What I'm explaining to you is that you are using the scientific theory, right, to apply that adage as well. I realize that the picture that you're showing of the black swan is producing inconsistencies for you, and in an experiment, you can't rely on inconsistencies. I get that. But when it comes to actual events, like a city where people live, or an actual object that actually help us develop as mankind, i.e. the pyramids, you're being extremely ignorant in asking a question like that. You were just presented with an amazing question, and you were left
Kiwi, can I answer
finding
him
an answer.
about
Yeah,
pyramids?
can I get in here as well? I'm trying
But
to get in before. It's also completely irrelevant because nobody is questioning whether Cairo exists. So it actually isn't. It's a non sequitur and a red herring at the same time. It has nothing to do with what we were talking about, which is the question of the shape of the Earth, because we actually question your sources, whereas neither side is questioning whether Cairo really exists. So nobody needs to validate.
But listen this, crypto, listen the devil. You buy the ticket airplane, you fly to Cairo, you go there are pyramids, and you check it, and they are there. Now you need to do that, Matthew, with the horizon. The same thing what we did with the pyramids. That means everybody else, I didn't check it. That means I don't know, but I believe other people, like you said. Let's believe now. Let's try to believe other people who made observation of the air.
Matthew, do you believe in Cavendish as an example? It's a heavy experiment that people refer to. This guy that did this experiment back in the day. Do you believe in what he did?
I've read descriptions of it, and it seems reasonable.
Okay. Because apparently he was nuts.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the genetic fallacy if I were to like judge what someone says based on who they are.
Okay, so you do
rather
in
than
fact
looking
take what people say and consider it then. You don't wholly, because based on the question that was asked of you prior, right? You said you believe in what other people have done, right? And this is the point that we are asking about science. Science is always talking about the shoulders of the giants that they stand on, but has anybody actually stopped to take the time to vet the giants of the shoulders that you're standing on to think that the world is round?
Yes, they have.
Yes, what?
Yes, they have taken the
They've been
time
vetted?
to look at that type of stuff.
So Cavendish has been vetted by then.
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment has been repeated many times.
Thank you.
Matthew, can you demonstrate or tell me where anyone has ever found a magnet that pulls on physical objects besides metal? Can you show me like a scientific proof or some kind of an experiment that shows that? Because I've never seen any kind of magnet that pulls on people and water and all that. I've only seen magnets that pull on metal. So I'm curious, how does gravity work if there is no such thing as a type of material that can pull on everything? I don't get it.
I think that there is a slight diamagnetic effect in water, but not very strong. But magnetism and gravity are separate things that work
But
differently.
that's what I'm saying. If the center of the Earth is pulling directly inwards and holding everything on, where is there in the world anywhere a material or any kind of thing that can pull on everything except for metal? There isn't, right? Do you know of anything that, like a tractor beam or something?
Yeah,
Do we have something like that?
Magnetism works on metal, and gravity works on everything.
Right, but do we have some kind of a proof for that? Do we have any like some kind of a material or a metal that does pull on everything? Wouldn't you think there would be something like that?
You're saying that because gravity only works on metal, because magnetism only works on metal, therefore gravity can exist?
No, I'm asking you if there's a scientific demonstration of some kind of anything pulling on anything but metal. That's what I'm saying. Can you show me a magnetic field that pulls on physical things besides just metal?
I don't.
Can you demonstrate that?
No.
Okay, so why are we discussing it then?
We're not. We're discussing gravity, which does pull on everything.
But that's what gravity would be, right? The
It wouldn't
belief
be
that
magnetic,
something
no.
physical could pull on everything, right?
Matthew, you said Cavendish. Why we don't use any other material apart from metal? Because
Metal's
mass
pretty
attracts
dense.
Yeah, the wood is also dense. The plastic is dense. The what else? Everything is any material. No? Let's make 2 wood spheres and let's see if they are obstructing each other. Because you know how many woods we have on the air.
Yeah, and some of that, like redwood, is especially dense, so that would be a good idea.
Yeah. But we
Let's
don't have
just
that. We don't have that example with the wooden spheres, Cavendish, or plastic.
let's just face facts, folks. Globe lovers are just like a spouse who looks at their spouse and goes, "They would never cheat on me." But in spite of evidence, physical evidence, photos, even the spouse going out and seeing their spouse kissing others in a movie theater or a restaurant or a nice walk down the beach, and they're hand in hand, the spouse still thinks that the spouse is faithful to them, even though there's so much empirical and observation evidence that they aren't. They run back to the fact that they believe their spouse isn't cheating on them, just like globe lovers run back to the fact that they can never be lied to about their fake globe. It's the exact same thing.
I asked a professor that same question, and he couldn't answer it either. He said, "Well, no." I said, "Well, then how do we know that that such a thing exists?" And he just looked at me like, "I don't know." And I was like, "Well, I rest my case there. I mean, what else do you say to something like that?"
I say my spouse could never, ever, ever cheat on me, even though I see it for myself that they do. I still believe in them and love them. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that would be a belief. Yeah, absolutely. You know, all we're really asking for here, Matthew, is physical, scientific evidence. And you claim, or at least I've heard you claim, that science, or the scientific, whatever you want to call it, in general, has that answer and can prove that. And if you really believe that, then why is it that they can't present this evidence? That's what bothers me the most. That's the thing that really is keeping me from ever considering it, is because they literally will not talk about it. They will not show evidence. Why can't they? They've got evidence, right? They've been to the moon, they've been to space. Why not just show the actual physical evidence for it? It's not difficult. It wouldn't cost a lot of money. But instead, they spend all their money trying to talk us out of it and shilling us, right? That makes more sense, doesn't it?
I suspect whatever evidence they attempted to show you would discount.
Well, that sounds like a cop out to me, because
in
I'm not
fact,
one
they
of
have
those
showed
people.
evidence
If
in the
you took
form
me
of
up,
photographs.
in the space shuttle and showed it to me as a ball, I'd believe it. But you can't do that, can you?
Not yet.
And can you get me up high enough to see the curve? No. So why would I waste my time believing in something like that?
Oh, because it's true.
I don't understand.
Logic,
It just
reason,
doesn't make
everything.
sense to me. Not logical. It's a story.
Exactly. It's just a story.
It is. That's all it is. It's a really badly acted story too, because the people involved don't know how to fake. Kind of like people that lose their children in some kind of shooting and then suddenly start giggling when they're being interviewed. Yeah, right. Like I'd giggle. Ha ha ha, very funny. Everything you see on TV is so obviously just a big pile of steaming, you know what. But everybody keeps watching it, don't they?
Man, I haven't watched TV for such a long time, you can't imagine.
TV? What's that?
So yeah.
How are you guys doing? Hey, Clay, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good, and you?
Pretty good, man. Hey, were you there? Were you yesterday? Were you at the what is it called? The debate flat Earth? Were you there when when they were talking to me about the in the debate Earth flat server? When they were when do you remember where they were talking to me when they were like um com, like suggesting me to do an experiment to prove that the horizon actually doesn't stay eye leveled? Were you there in that part of the conversation?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember they were like
I
they
remember
showed me a pic. So they showed me a picture.
Mm-hmm.
You know that experiment that they use when you use like colored water with the tube.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's so retarded.
Okay, I found it quite interesting actually, but and so you could see in the picture that the horizon seems to be like below the eye level.
Yes.
Look, I'm gonna post. Listen, I'm gonna post the picture that they showed me.
They don't understand perspective. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what it seems. So I was like, watch. I'm gonna post the picture, and I'm gonna show you what I did by playing around with the colors, the tonalities. You know, with the different filters that
Yes.
usually phones have. You know.
Let me guess. The horizon actually rises to eye level, but because of them not understanding perspective and the limitation of perspective, it looks like as if the horizon is below.
Well, look at the. If anybody is out there, you can look at the picture that I posted. So it's like two tubes, right? I mean, it's a single tube bended like a UB, like the letter U, right? And so one part of the tube is in front and the other one is on the back, showing its side a little bit. So that's, as you look, right, through it, you can see that it's leveled, right?
Yeah. Can you?
So we're comparing.
Can you show me? Can you show me? What is it called? Can you show me that picture that you edited? So we.
Yeah. I will post it. I will post it right now. Take a look at the picture, the original picture that I've just posted, and you can actually see it because I'm like, guys, wait a second. You can actually see something in the back. I mean, it's not very clearly. And I was asking them like, is it just my imagination, or am I looking at some sort of horizontal line above the sea level, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know exactly what their claim was, and I'm like, is that just my imagination? Or am I looking at the horizon further, like, but it's not very clear, but you can kind of see like a,
right,
you know, you can see it kind of covered by the clouds or something. So I started playing with some pictures. I'm gonna post.
Again, they don't understand perspective. They think that because they can make a picture like that, that the horizon must be on eye level, even though the further you go up, the further you need to be also away to see that it's rising. And on the other hand, we have pictures like with what is it called? With Felix Baumgartner's Jump, where you can clearly see that the eye level is the same with the camera, right? When he was on ground and when he was on his jumping altitude. So I mean, it's already debunked what they're trying to debunk.
Seriously, well, it doesn't seem to be debunked to them. So I started like.
Yeah, I left this up because they are very much.
What do you think of the picture that I just posted?
Which one? You posted several.
Yeah, I know. Like, just take a look at them because I was just playing around with the filters, you know. Like, I picked up my favorite ones. But you can see the light actually. If you another important like observation, it's the sun is illuminating a certain area in the ocean. So it seems like the sun is actually making the back part of the horizon. But you can still see like an edge, and it's horizontal. It doesn't seem to be a cloud. It actually seems like the legit horizon, and it's just at the eye level, next to the color water thing, tool of measurement.
Do you have
You
the
can
other
clearly see it.
pictures? Do
Take
you
a
have
look
the
at all
other
the.
pictures? Do you have the other? Yeah.
No,
Do
I
you have
just
the?
took.
You just
Those are
have
the
the
best
one.
ones. Those are the best ones I was able to.
No, I mean the other original pictures where he was on a higher mountain.
The other ones.
Yeah.
I didn't play around with those.
Yeah, but do you have them? Can you post them? That's my question.
No, I don't have them. I have to download them. I have to search for them.
Oh, okay.
But what do you think about this example? Am I just like do you think it's just the sky what you can see on the back, or I mean it's not very clear, right? Some of them, one of them is particularly the best, which is like the one that has most yellowish color, in my opinion.
Right, but you need to understand one thing: the stupidity of the experiment in itself is
No. Listen. The experiment actually proves the Earth is flat, bro. It's not a stupid experiment.
I know, but what they're trying to prove is stupid. Because if you would use the camera and you would just go a little bit more up and take the photo, you would exactly achieve the point that that the horizon is lining up with their weird tubes. But when you go a little bit lower with the camera, it's not adding up with the background. You know, because I don't know what they're trying to prove here with two tubes of film.
The angle, listen, the angle has to be on an eye level, and you can achieve it by just looking at the two surface of the color water thing, so they have to be even. So it's not stupid. You can actually do it, and you can actually prove the horizon.
You're right, but
okay.
The way they made the photo is stupid, because you can just take the camera and go a little bit lower, and you will have you will have exactly that photo that they made. So if you take the camera and go a little bit higher or right behind that red stuff, you will see that the water is on the same height as the horizon, the background. It's just because of the perspective that they don't understand. Again, either way, the guy who made the photo did it on purpose, or he was too stupid to understand that he would just put the camera a little bit more up, that his water would align with the horizon.
You're supposed to put it right in the middle.
Yes, it needs to be in line with, and just because the two tubes line up does not mean that it's all three lining up.
Exactly.
Clay is correct.
All three lining up. What do you mean all lining up?
Yep. So tube 1, tube 2, and camera being 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. So if the photographer would have put his camera a little bit more up, or maybe position himself right, the two things in the center, and put his camera a little bit more up, it would perfectly align with the background. But he did it on purpose.
Isn't that stupid? Like, why wouldn't he do it? Like, isn't like so that
they use something that they don't understand themselves to make a proof, which makes no proof. Absolutely senseless. It's absolutely retarded. It actually just shows that water always lays flat. That's the only thing you can prove, that the Earth is actually still flat. Whatever they try to prove there is stupid. That's all.
That's that if you put the camera a little bit down, would that still make a difference if it's eye leveled? It shouldn't. And it doesn't. What I'm trying to prove right here is that I've noticed it. I noticed that you can still see the horizon, not clearly. I started playing with the filters, you know, the ones that you get in the image application thing, the photos. And I was right. You can actually see a straight horizontal line above the quote unquote visible, the visible quote unquote obvious looking horizon. But you can see on the back a straight horizontal line, which you could say, well, maybe that's just like a straight horizontal cloud. But come on, you know, it's kind of yeah. And what you were saying, it's a very interesting point, because actually the camera is a little bit centered lower, right, than in the middle, right? Then
and again, it's about how you position a camera. The inconsistency of the experiment in itself shows that they're too stupid to make the right experiment. For example, to show that the horizon is actually going up to eye level is the same thing as you would see in a video of Felix Baumgartner. So you have a camera which is fixed and mounted on a certain position within a capsule. Then you look on the when it's on ground, you know, almost at the same height as someone who's standing straight up. Then you look at the horizon. Then you go up as high as Felix Baumgartner was going, you know, in that type of scale. And what is important is that the camera needs to be at this exact same position in order to show that the horizon is still at the same position as when you were on the ground, which it is in the Felix Baumgartner video, which proves that whatever they're trying to debunk is retarded because they're just using different positions of their camera on different elevations, because if you just move the camera a little bit more up, you will suddenly see the red water aligning with the horizon. Wow! Just because you move the camera differently. So this proves nothing. This just shows how ridiculously stupid some of these people are, actually. Or let's say maybe on purpose, as the same way as they fake curvature with helicopters and whatnot. I mean, how many times have they been caught faking curvature, right?
Yo, Clay, shut up. You just mentioned the Red Bull, the jump. I just posted it in the chat, and you can see, as you say, the orientation of the camera and how the horizon bends and changes as the camera moves and changes. I just threw up a minute video of it.
No, I'm talking about the camera which is mounted in the capsule.
Yeah, I have at the beginning of that clip, it shows the when he walks out, and it shows the in camera or the in capsule angle, and then it shows the orbital camera as well. Just saying, that clip, it's a minute long, it has everything in there. Check it out.
Ah, okay, yeah, I now understand what you mean. Yeah, but it just shows that they're wrong once again, and the horizon does always go up to eye level.
Did you guys also see that the capsule has changed from one scene to the next? The side of the capsule has a different construction.
Yeah, I never got a good answer for that.
They didn't take it in one shot. They took it several times and try to make it like it was one shot. It proves it's a forgery.
Yeah, again, I'm just saying what they tried to do as an experiment is completely wrong.
Are you saying so? Let me. I just want you to tell me like what you think, and I like. Can you actually like? Do you actually think that that's the horizon? Like when I'm like with the. Can you actually? You can actually see the horizon, bro. Or is it just my imagination? You can actually see it, even though the experiment has been done, like you said. Okay, not in the best way. But assuming that it has been done at the eye level, like it's being shown by the color water, that would still prove. I mean, you can still see the horizon on the back, bro. Like there is a part of how it's not very visible, but you can still see it, and with the filter, it's even more obvious. It's quite interesting. It's actually meeting the eye level. The horizon is actually meeting the eye level. That's what it seems.
You also want to consider that they're not at the height that they claim they are. They're probably a lot lower. That's also a good possibility because they can't go much higher with helium balloons.
What about helium balloons?
Well, the capsule he was in was raised by.
But you guys are talking about something different, though, right?
Felix
Capsule.
Baumgartner.
Yeah, he's
Are you
talking
guys
about a
talking about the
mountain
red
picture he posted. He's not talking about the Baumgartner thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I was very thankful that they could. Sorry?
I was just saying, Godric, someone did mention the Felix Baumgartner jump not too long ago.
Correct, yeah, I think.
Yeah. Just in case you thought he was going mental.
No, it was a matter of comparison. That's how that came up.
Exactly.
Dude, I'm learning about the helio centric model. Dude, I'm learning. I've never learned so much, bro, from that story. I'm like asking so many fucking questions, bro. I sometimes I just fucking drive them crazy, and I'm seriously like learning a lot, dude. Like, but it always seems to get to a point that it's just like.
You know what's funny about that, man?
What?
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I always interrupt people, but I have something
No,
nice
you're
and
not. You're
loving to
not.
say. So, it's funny because you're learning. All you're learning, you're not learning anything about the physical world. You're just learning what's inside people's heads. Nothing tangible. You're just learning about theories in heads. Isn't that funny?
It's quite fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, like this collective consciousness of just fairy tales. That's all it is. Comic books. But anyway, I appreciate your dedication. Is it Leonel? Is that how we say it?
Yeah.
Leonel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leonel.
Is it
Yeah.
Leonel? Okay. I just want to make
Yeah,
sure I got
Leonel.
it right so that when I butcher it later, I can feel even worse.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
And the right way to answer that question, Glatt, would be yes, but only once and only for this question.
Precisely. Yeah.
Yes, I can be wrong, but only this one time.
But only the one time. Yeah. And I posted earlier that Spin Doctor's song "Little Miss Can't Be Wrong." I grew up hearing that on the alternative radio stations, and I never actually had a use for it, right? Because everybody's met somebody who can't be wrong, right? Know it all, me. But yeah, so I finally have a use for that song. "Little Miss Can't Be Wrong."
And I want an audio clip of that thing Matthew said earlier.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mean for that to be a mic drop moment, but he set up.
It was
we
so
both
good.
knocked it down. It was perfect.
Dude,
yeah,
that was an alley-oop, and he totally dunked it in his own net. It was awesome.
You all might be talking about something different. I'm talking about when I cracked up after he said the logical statement of it can't be, that mountain can't be the same mountain as is in the moon picture because the moon picture was taken on the moon.
Right. Yeah, that was really good. That was good.
Go ahead.
He said he said it much more thoroughly than I just did. I'm just kind of,
Hey, you're summating. I get
well,
it.
and he said it with he said it with so much confidence. You know what I mean? It's crazy the confidence, and it's not like ego confidence. It's like, oh yeah, of course, I'm right. Of course, this is the way it is. Of course, I just assume. Of course.
It would be impossible for it to be the same mountain because the other picture was taken on the moon, so it couldn't be the same mountain. It was like, it was funny. It was truly funny.
So Glatt, what was I couldn't even remember the exact question and how you asked them, but what was your question? It was do you back check the people that you
No, it was like, you're okay with settling with using just somebody else's work or something like that. I don't know. The sentence came out perfectly. He said the answer perfectly, and then I said I rest my case.
And there was dead silence after that, and then there was me. That was awesome.
Right? There's a lot of those moments. Gospel has had a lot of moments that we could clip out with just Matthew, for sure. Lots of us have. Tons of us. There's just, we ask him the question. He concedes. Like, he doesn't have any problem. He'll concede, and then it's silence.
his concession stand is wide open in the parking lot.
Exactly.
Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying that.
Nobody.
That's unfortunate.
Like,
They're
if his students were to come in and listen to us, man.
Dude, I just cranked up the hold on. Okay, so here you go, boys. I opened up my Red Bull Felix jump video, and I'm about to post a screen share.
I happen to completely agree with one of the statements he made, though.
Who, me?
No, I'm talking about Matthew.
Well, damn it, go.
The when he said if CNN and NASA said that thing, that nobody would believe them. I think he's probably right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Massive that I think that is a massive cognitive dissonance. I think that's what the idea is.
So if you had all agencies, like let's say all of a sudden flip the script worldwide, just like was done a couple of years or something. If there was a flipping of the script and a massive reversal, then that would become. I don't think that you could. It would require like what happened in our recent history. It would just require that sort of level of narrative, and then most people would be like, "Oh, wow." But I am certainly concerned with not desperately concerned, but I have my eyes open and my ears open to this whole Lynn Wood thing. I think it's certainly a setup.
Lynn Wood, he didn't go there. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
I think it's a major setup.
Huge setup. Here's what's going to happen, in my opinion. That person is going to take a fall after having admitted they believe in flat Earth.
Well, not just that, bro. It's worse than that. They're going to associate all flat earthers with January 6th.
Yep.
Wow. What I didn't even think about that, dude.
Yeah.
And still we're going to win.
and you know what's hilarious is Matt Groening is leading the charge. Because you remember The Simpsons had that glass dome come over the top, and then he had the guy with the antlers standing at Capitol Hill, right? We all saw the cartoon of Willie, the custodian, right? And then you saw the guy in real life wearing the antler horns. Right, Matt Groening, the Freemason himself, he's leading the charge because, again, I'm saying, guys, I'm not accusing Freemasonry as a club. I'm saying that when you get to the level of the high degrees, you know all, so you're able to manipulate what you're able to manipulate in order to tell the tale that you need to in order to serve yourself. Because that's what Freemasonry teaches. It teaches, from my understanding, the development of self within the system that they teach.
Self-worship, Luciferianism.
My man, you're catching it. Love it. See, I'd like to interview you.
Me?
Oh, yeah, man, because these are the ideas that people aren't understanding. And I feel like I'm sitting there saying, guys, like, not even the town crier, like Homer walking up and down the street, dinging the bell like the end is near. No. More of a standpoint of, can we actually consider this? Because I don't think we're really considering it. I'm like, do I need to have somebody rolling with me right now to be like, hey, do you see this?
Listen, man, if you want to interview me, you got to interview all of my cohorts here too. Sorry,
buddy,
you can't just single me out.
And I'm saying, I would love to have an open discussion, post on my channel, like a little stop and drop and whatever, just to throw around some ideas for the general public. And I know you guys are doing it now, obviously, on your channel. I also have my community that I would love to appeal to. And this is just an open invitation to anybody, honestly, that would like to sit down and chat and throw around some ideas, right? I would love to interview you guys on a public level. That'd be amazing.
If I've got some time, I'll do it for sure.
Appreciate it.
I'll send you a DM.
I'm down, dude. I'm down. If there's something I can contribute, I'd be happy to do it at any time.
I really appreciate it, guys.
But like I
really
said,
do.
no one here's a superstar. We all know the same information, and all we're trying to do is lovingly share it with our fellow man. At least that's what I think we're doing here.
Yeah, most of us.
It's and I talk about the ego, right, and how damaging the ego can be to the inability to see, how harming it can be. Just remove the goggles that you're used to seeing the world with, right, and let's just try to engage it from a different perspective, so maybe some things might start to shoot out at you and slap you in the face to say, hey, what about this?
Yeah, you know, one of my favorite thing about this whole deal is even since 2001, all of the research I've been doing and everything since then is, to me, the best way to comprehend these topics, or not, you agree, is to keep emptying your cup, because the cup's going to fill up. It's only a certain volume. And then when it gets there, it's up to the person to say, okay, well, it's full and there's nothing much else I can do to add to this. So I guess to learn more, I might have to empty it a little bit, you know, an inch or two, or God forbid, empty the whole cup and start over. And with this worldview of globe versus anything else, the worldview is globe and appeal to authority, i.e. collective ego, right? And that's why we get made fun of immediately and people just go with that.
That's
I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah.
No, collective ego. You left it right where it should be left, in the idea of collective ego, right?
Yep.
And again, I'm not, gentlemen, I try my best to not get preachy. I know that, you know, the topic at hand is we're a flat earth community and we present the measurable things, right? But the idea of collective consciousness heavily resides with the idea of Jesus and what he did, right? And it's just the idea of being able to observe versus beat somebody over the head with the answer. Science says.
Chaos order.
All right, boys. Sorry, I gotta split up. Got a work call. I'll be back. Love you.
Drop a bomb, flat Earth debate link. Oh, look, he's yelling at somebody again. Blah, blah, blah. Zippity doo dah. Copy image. There's that. Copy image. That. Copy image. Yup. Angle. What you doing there, Lionel?
Hey, Doug. I'm gonna share a picture that I found. You're gonna find it interesting. Take a look at it. You're gonna find it controversial and kind of like interesting. Watch, take a look at it. Assuming that the ISS is up there, right? But it's kind of weird. Just found it on Pinterest. Showing the horizon, always meeting the eye level.
Yeah, I would just put quotes around 250 miles high. Well, I mean, I know it says from ISS in quotes, but
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't notice that. Quote unquote ISS.
Yeah, but I would rather put the from 250 miles high because that's unconfirmable.
Hmm. Wait, what do you mean? It's what was the last thing you said?
It's unconfirmable that it's that image is from 250 miles high.
Yeah.
The other ones have repeated and independently sourced origins, whereas the other one is from an exclusive source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Opposite.
Anybody want to talk about salt?
Sure. What about it?
You know, I've tasted a lot of different salts, and it just it's kind of
Me too.
fascinating to
Mm-hmm.
me how many different flavors salt will have.
Do you have a favorite one?
I do actually. It's an American salt, and here I'll pull it up.
Okay, I'm curious about this. I'd like you to compare that salt to Himalayan pink salt.
Yeah, it's similar, but not the same. So this is my favorite. And no, they didn't pay me.
Okay.
No, they
We're gonna
didn't
believe
pay
you.
me. But
We're gonna believe you.
yeah. All of a sudden, the server is like covert product placement.
Making it rain over there. Yes, glad.
Right. I wish.
Crystals in your eyes.
All right. This company, Real Salt, or actually, I guess the company is Redmond.
Mm-hmm.
It
Amazing
is.
taste.
It really is. Here's, I guess, the other side of the container. Yeah, Salt Bay is pretty funny. So if you just get a jar or whatever, that canister maybe is the right word for Morton's, just straight up regular Morton's salt or off-brand Walmart salt or whatever, you know, it has a harsh taste to it. And
most definitely. Mm-hmm.
I've had the gray salt, I've had the pink salt, I've had fancy flake salt.
Mm-hmm.
I've had these different salts, and they have different flavors, different feel on your tongue and stuff.
Yeah.
And this one feels salty, but also not too salty. There's something really unusual about it.
Sea
and I
salt.
can only. What's that?
It's the sea. Because I think it's the would it be what's iodine? The ionization maybe?
Well, this
But
is
I think
actually
it's sea salt. I think that's the difference.
Well, this is actually coming from Utah.
Okay. But it's still sea salt. And I just have that feeling that when you say sea salt, it has more of a softer taste to it versus like something that's been, I don't know, milled or ground or whatever. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Yeah.
Throwing out ideas. But sea salt is Like sea salt potato chips. Salt and vinegar, you have those Miss Vickies, they use the sea salt, has a different
Yeah, I'm
taste
just
to it
saying.
too. Yeah.
I've had other sea salts.
Oh,
that
okay.
yeah,
I didn't
yeah, like
realize that. I didn't realize that. Okay.
Celtic sea salt is what I was referring to when I said gray.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were
Oh.
talking about sea salts across the board. I thought you were talking about like table salt and then like pink Himalayan salt, those kinds of difference. I didn't realize you were comparing sea salts. Apologize.
Yeah, maybe I would have to literally do a side by side on the Celtic gray sea salt and this stuff. But why am I talking about this? Because I was just eating an Alter Eco, a bar of chocolate that has sea salt incorporated in it, and the brand is Alter Eco. And I was tasting, and I was like, you know what? It has this similar
No way.
a similar thing going on with the, I think there is a difference between mountain derived and water derived salt, and I don't know what all those differences are. I'm sure it's probably a mineral present difference some kind.
You're saying that
But
the sea salt is a little bit harsher in taste?
no, the opposite usually.
The opposite?
Yeah, in my
Do you mean
experience.
you mean rock salt is a little bit harsher than sea salt?
In my experience, yeah.
Harsher. I find, like, for example, pink salt to be so, like, it's almost like you can't really put too. It's difficult. It's like it's almost like you can't really put too much on it. It's kind of like
Yeah, that's the way I feel about this stuff. Although I'm not a salt guy. Like, I don't like to put a bunch of salt on my food ever. Like, I use very, very, very little amounts of salt. But despite the low quantities, it actually means that I typically prefer to focus on quality. And anyway,
I think salt is it's a gift. I mean, from nature. I mean, we don't really value what salt really is. I mean,
do you know that it's where we get our word salary from?
I don't even know what salary means. Salary.
Your wages, your payment for work.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Well, salt
Definitely.
was used as a currency.
How long ago?
That's a fine question. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1500 to 3500 years ago.
Wow, that's not even that much, right?
Depends on your perspective, I guess.
It was more expensive before than now, I think.
Yeah, it was more valuable, and it was a matter of life and death as payment.
A matter of life or death. That's like, wow.
Well, only because salt is used for preservation.
Okay.
In fermentation, salt is used in preservation. Salt is used in I don't know. What do you preventing wounds from becoming septic, and all sorts of different.
Oh yeah, Gospel. Now I remember. Even for the shoes, for the shoes production, because of skin of the cows. I don't know how to say in English. Even that with salt is helping to prevent. How to say prevent.
Well, that saying, even he's worth his salt, kind of makes sense now. I never
Yep.
understood what that meant.
Yeah, there's phrases that get handed down for a longer period of time than the meaning gets lost in a single word, but then it somehow gets preserved through colloquialisms, idioms. Well, colloquialism's not the best way to say that, but through idioms and sayings and stuff.
It's fascinating. It's a type of currency that eventually just expired, I suppose. Because I suppose that people realize how to exploit maybe salt, and it just at some point maybe it was very scarce, but then people find out like how to. They came up with a better currency for sure. More difficult to find. Scarce, more scarce. Or maybe gold was present. Maybe they had salt and gold and salt. Maybe they still had gold back then, and maybe it wasn't the only one.
Yeah. Gold has always been not necessarily used in payment of wages, but it was a precious commodity that was typically used for idol worship, historically speaking. There's a reason why they chose gold.
I love gold.
Gold is amazing, I think. Certainly valued.
Thanks for entertaining my my salty conversation.
Very salty, very salty. But I do have a very cool experience, because a lot of years ago, kind of like more than 10 years ago, terrible with years. I remember I had a friend he worked at a one of those what are they called, like those healthy shops.
Yeah.
Right here in Spain they're called herbolarios, but I don't know, like yeah.
Sure.
And and he worked in one of those shops, right? And he was my friend. I used to go there and buy stuff, and I used to stay like half an hour eating with him and stuff. And I asked him one time, I'm like, what is this deal with, like, why does people have so much fear with salt? Like why is everybody talking about salt being bad, right? And I asked him that, like, what's up with what's going on? He's like, dude, you can dude, as long as the salt is healthy, you can eat as much as you like. Since he said that, I'm like, oh, thanks. Okay, awesome. Like, so I don't know if it applies to it.
There's a way for folks. Let's say that somebody is having fears, right? And they have what you could technically experiment. Let's say you have a history of high blood pressure, right? And what you do is you set yourself up with a standard diet. You're gonna torment yourself with eating the same thing for a month, and for 7 days you're gonna eat something with one, maybe 3 days. I don't know, whatever period makes the most sense. You're gonna eat a thing with a certain salt level, then you increase it, and you check your blood pressure. 5 minutes after eating, half an hour after eating, and 2 hours after eating each time. And you just keep on doing that over and over again, and you test it and you see. It's technically a thing that you could prove to yourself whether or not there's any type of correlation between your salt intake and your blood pressure. But you're taking hey, this is not medical advice. It's a hypothetical.
Another thing that yeah. And another thing that you need to explore, you would have to explore, is like, does it really matter to have high, like, what's the deal with high blood pressure?
I
Is
don't
it
know.
fat?
Have you ever seen somebody with a 210 over 130? You ever seen what they're like?
No, I never really investigated. I don't really understand the concept of high blood pressure. Like,
Well,
why?
your blood pressure matters. So let me just say, if you're like at a 85, an 85 over 40, you're not doing well. If you're at a 215, 220, 230 over, 120, 130, 140, whatever, if your blood pressure is out of the normal range, you're
Yeah.
not doing well, or you're in the process of dying, or
Okay.
you're unconscious. You're one of those things. There's like there wouldn't be like a dude just standing there smiling with a 300 over 200 blood pressure.
Sure.
Like it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, everything's fine. I'm fine.
But what does
Mm-hmm.
high blood pressure do? How does that make you feel?
Well, I wouldn't
drinks, I
personally
suppose.
know. My blood pressure's always been, in the 110s over, the 70s, and I have a fairly low heart rate.
Well, what I'm saying is somebody who's having a
I've
heart
just observed it. I've
heart
seen it
event.
in people. Yeah.
I had it
When
when I was
you-
drinking a lot, and
Yeah.
it makes. Now there was always alcohol going through my body too, affecting things. But I was more anxious, and I had bipolar waves of motivation, physical motivation, emotional motivation, to the point where I could either crash out for 20 minutes, or I could use that 20 minutes to, change, because I was working at an old folks home, so change a bunch of diapers, take a bunch of food, take a bunch of dishes back, make some beds, take someone to the toilet, you know what I mean, in that 20 minutes. And it was basically what I think is happening is my heart and blood pressure, like my whole system, my cardiovascular system, is trying to find a balance and equilibrium, but it can't, because my heart is working very hard to pump the blood, and therefore the whole cardiovascular system is working very hard, but can only do it in spurts, right? Because there's only so much stuff we got in our body, especially if you're not eating a lot and you're drinking energy drinks and all this kind of thing.
Yep.
Blood pressure is definitely... It's I don't know, woosah, calm yourself down as much as you can, because eventually one of those systems is a gasket's gonna blow if you got super high blood pressure.
So the idea of salt and high blood pressure, how they relate. The arteries of the heart and the veins. So arteries carry blood, I think, to the heart, and I think arteries carry blood from the heart to the muscle. I think that's how it works. But arteries do one thing, veins do another thing. When you eat a lot of salt, that stuff deposits into those veins and arteries, and they start to harden. And what happens is the blood that's trying to flow through it, think of it like a garden hose, it becomes pressurized, and the blood doesn't flow. It flows too high of a pressure through, and the heart has a tough time as a muscle regulating that blood flow. So the important thing to do if you're experiencing high blood pressure is one of the things people notice is their eyesight gets really, really wonky. You drink some water to help bring everything down, and the water intake is the balancing of the salt, if you will. It's kind of a counteracting balance. But the high blood pressure is definitely key. It's one of the first indicative signs of a failing system.
Do you really think that salt gets stuck in the arteries and stuff? Isn't the nature of salt, doesn't salt dissolve when it gets in contact with a liquid?
No, what I said, it contributes to the hardening of the veins and arteries. It's a contributing factor. I apologize for the misrepresentation.
How probably based on its feature of drawing out liquid.
Exactly.
It probably just facilitates pulling the present liquid or water content in the vein tissue. Something along those lines. I don't know if that's all.
I drink, for example, I drink water. I drink a liter of water with salt, like salty water. Nothing happens to me, bro. Like I've done it for like months. Nothing ever no, I never experienced like anything bad. I mean, nothing that I've noticed, anyways. You know, like I said, like when my friend told me that nothing can really happen to you if you like have healthy salt, I'm like, dude, I love salty water. I put salt,
Yes.
pink salt in the water.
But you know what
I
happens
like
if you
it
put too
even.
much salt in that water? Do you know what happens?
Yeah, it tastes disgusting.
You piss out your ass. Sorry to be disgusting about it, right?
No,
If
but I
anybody,
mean, I have my.
if you go and you drink, if you inadvertently drink seawater,
Of
right? When you're
course.
swimming in, you'll piss out your ass in a minute. And you
No,
only had
but
like
that.
maybe a teaspoon of it, right? I'm
But
not
that's not.
saying that salt in water isn't bad. No, hold on. I'm hearing what you're saying. The iodization, I think it's the process of it helps with the health of the water when you add a bit of salt to it. I agree with you. I'm saying too much of it can blow a gasket. Too much of it. Everything in balance, and that's the ego. Balance.
Look what I started. I know I have this article somewhere. I have an article to share with you. Clapped. I know you'll like it. If I can find it.
I've seen some how do you say, I don't want to say doctors, but people that deal with try to help people that are kind of have conditions and sick, and I've seen a couple and other people talking about adding some seawater to fresh water. They add just a little bit of it, and they kind of like, let's just lack for lack of a better term, mineralize the distilled or fresh water, and they mix like I said, the seawater with fresh water, and they help people with, kind of situations, and it helps them.
I think it alkalizes your body. I think it's because the when you get stressed, the body releases cortisol. That's the chemical, and I think the idea of adding salt to the water is it's a process of helping your body go more alkaline. I think because when you consume too much sugar, you're the opposite of alkaline. I think process
Yeah.
of alkaline. Yeah.
Who is jumping in and out of the VC right now?
Yeah, let's open his mic to see what's going on. Where is he?
Well, I just hear a bunch of in and out, and I was trying to find out who that was.
Oh, it might be me. I might be clicking in and out.
No, it was in the middle.
Mute on mute.
No, it was while
Okay.
you were talking. Glad you were talking about gold up there. I just wanted to mention something I learned recently. Gold in stained glass causes the color red. I recently had the opportunity of having colloidal gold.
Ooh.
And it was red.
Yeah. So I'm looking right now at wow, that's I'd like to talk about that later after I say a few things. So I have monoatomic gold right now in this container, but it's an empty container. I drank it all. 32 ounces of monatomic gold from Angstrom Minerals. I got it at a health food store here called No Name Nutrition. Now, they're the best in the world that I've ever seen. They get gold, silver, copper, drinkable, bioavailable monatomic stuff. Amazing. Now, that has nothing to do with what I'm about to say. My opinion about the stained glass thing now it makes more sense. Because gold is superconductive, I think cathedrals, cathode ray, L is in God, right? So that's why these are all, you know what I mean? Cathode ray.
Here we go. Feel it.
Cathedral. So that's the deal, in my opinion, man.
Go.
And so the gold thing just speaks to that.
But you keep going. You're on pack. Go.
No, I mean, that's it so far.
No,
that's
so
okay. Go ahead, gospel. The thing is, listen to this.
Okay.
Since gold is superconductive, if you consume it, it's just alphaizing
exactly
everything in your body.
We are all alchemists, boys. This is and boys and
Pretty
girls,
much,
right?
but don't
We
say
are
that too
all
loud around Christians.
bro. Listen, we are all alchemists. Our job is to transmute lead to gold.
Wow.
I don't think it's our job.
No,
I just think that
no,
we're able
alchemy,
to do it. But I don't think it's our job.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I got somebody.
alchemy is not about the transmutation of lead to gold. Alchemy is about
Your robot and get, which isn't very normal
Listen,
for you.
get.
Oh,
Number
sorry.
one. Get.
Okay.
Listen, hold on. Before I want to preface it because I'm glad you're here, right? And again, I know it's not the actual. I'm not saying lead to gold. I'm just saying negative to positive. Okay, but I want you to speak on that alchemy. Go, tell me.
Well,
All right, Lionel, you're hot miking, and before this conversation goes in areas that I didn't intend for it to go, I just wanted to finish. There's all these different metals that are used in stained glass production, and I thought it was interesting. And you said you had that monoatomic gold. I mean, was that liquid not red in color when you had it? Glatt? I would figure it was reddish. And then you mentioned somebody having colloidal copper, and that sounds extremely disturbing. It is allegedly highly toxic. But yeah, the reason Kiwi that Glatt said what he said is because there's people like me that are really annoying and will be like, oh yeah, alchemy. Now we have disciples of Manly P. Hall in the chat, right? So I get kind of annoying when people
My
talk
dude,
about.
that's a fair statement. Okay, I apologize for that. That's totally fair. I'm learning the community. Totally understandable.
Yeah.
But no, there's no but on that. What I love though that Glatt dropped, right, was the idea of stained glass windows and the electricity.
Yeah.
The potentiality for have you guys ever explored the idea of like cathedrals creating electricity or creating power?
I've heard the stories. I've also heard the bad etymology thing. So here I'll just post in the chat because it's it could be helpful. It could be helpful.
I tell you what, it's not a energetic grid.
I heard the
Oh,
first
Glatt?
part of what you said there. Here. There's those two words. Kiwi.
Thank you.
And then you have the word War of the Worlds. Interesting. And then you have the Ray word. So Hata is definitely etymologically linked in cathode and cathedral. That is a similar root. But as for the ending of cathode, which is hadath, a way, a path, a track, a road. They think it might have an origin in the word Exodus, which is, that's interesting. And then when you're looking at cathedral, you have a different word, hedra, Hydra being seat-based chair. So you have this place where you're sitting down, cathedral, a place where there are many seats and benches, so on and so on. So anyway, it's interesting. Thank you, Glatt, for posting that. But I suppose that's packaging and not the liquid color. Monoatomic bioavailability, instantly bioavailable. Yeah, and what the other bottle that I was referring to, it said something about nanoparticles. But whatever. I thought that the stained glass thing is interesting, how they make the colors. I looked into that a bit and I was like, oh, interesting. All these different not funny they have AUG AU in their name. Very weird A symbol there with the circle on the A. This all sparked because of my asking about salt.
Yeah. You were saying something interesting about salt that alkalines the system, the blood.
I didn't say anything about alkaline systems in regards to salt, but are you suggesting that salt changes acidity?
It changes the acidity, no?
I'm not aware of how much or if. Acidity of water. I would, if it did, I'd imagine it would make it more basic, but let's see.
I would guess that natural salt, it's not acidic, I would say, but I don't know.
It says the average pH of salt water in the ocean is about 8.1, close to the surface, which means it is generally alkaline rather than being acidic.
Yay!
However, carbon dioxide in the water can affect that.
They're always like so.
There's I forget what they have machines that you can run water through. I forget what it is that alkalizes the water. I can't remember what it is that it uses.
I heard about it. Yeah.
Oh.
But 8.1, I think, isn't that like just really minimal?
Alkaline water and alkaline foods.
Yeah, there are foods that.
Yeah, fruits, fruits especially.
Dr. Sebi was a good man, explaining a lot of this alkaline food and.
It's all about electricity, right? It's like conductor, no? The purpose of
yeah.
It's related, right? Jeez, I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It will help the nervous system, That's very important system in the human body.
I have multiple sclerosis, so I know that well. The nervous system is tremendously important, and the major enemy of the nervous system is inflammation. So anytime you get stressed or you have trauma, like you bump your elbow or something like that, your body reacts, it swells. If you can counteract this, pardon me?
Well, if you want to reduce the inflammation, I recommend a vegan diet, and you will see that you will not experience that many inflammations.
I'll do you one better. Gluten. Gluten is the number one, especially in today's diet, because we eat bread with yeast in it. Yeast causes the bread to rise, which is a form of inflammation. So if you can remove gluten completely from your diet, which I did for a while, you will have amazing results.
Seriously?
Cannabidiol is another great anti-inflammatory agent. Advil is an anti-inflammatory agent. Tylenol is not an anti-inflammatory agent. Tylenol is a blood thinner, as an example.
Tylenol is not good, but in Romania we have a pharmaceutical drug called algocalmin, and this is a very good painkiller. It was like back in the days you could buy it from pharmacy, no problem. But nowadays they ask you for a prescription from a doctor, you know. And they also raise the price like a lot, 100%, you know. It was so cheaper back in the days, and now it's very, very expensive. It's still there is a pill and also injectable liquid vial, but you can also drink that, and it's having an effect like instantly, you know, very, very quick, unlike any other these new drugs which they prescribe for flu, season flu, or stuff like this.
So it goes into your bloodstream then. Because
Yeah,
if
but
you're gonna
for
drink it,
example, ibuprofen, I saw some pills which are encapsulated, and inside it's a liquid, you know. And I took one of those, and I crushed it in my feet so I can feel the taste of it, you know, because I'm very interested to know what's the taste of something that I'm ingesting, you know. I don't like to just take things without knowing. Yeah. And man, I tell you what, it was like like hot peppers, you know, but it was pinching your tongue, and it wasn't natural hotness from the peppers. It was some chemical inside which actually creates pain, you know. And this is a
No way.
painkiller based on like when you have a headache and you take this pill, it will give you stomach pain, and because you have two places of pain in your body now, the nervous system
No way.
actually triggers itself, and yeah, it doesn't
No
hurt
way.
your head.
No way.
No way.
That,
What?
dude, that's insane, bro. Dude, I've been taking, I was taking this, I had a tooth pain, very, very,
Yeah.
and I've been recommended to take a pill for lowering down the inflammation, which that in itself
Hmm.
reduces the pain. But on top of
Antibiotic.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, that's
Yeah.
right. But
Yeah.
on top of that, I've been recommended to take ibuprofeno, the one you've
Yeah.
just mentioned. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I'm like, painkiller, I took a few of them, and I'm like,
Yeah.
painkiller. I don't really want to kill anything,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, so now that you tell me that, if that is true, bro,
Yeah.
damn, dude, it's insane.
These medicines are now based on pain transfer, you know. It works also, for example, when you have a tooth pain, there is a nerve at your hand or elbow, and if you stimulate that nerve, you create a different pain in a different part of your body, you know. And when you have two locations of pain on your body, then the body ignores all of them, you know, starts ignoring them. Yeah.
Thanks for
But
sharing that. Interesting.
yeah, I don't feel like the taste was literally disgusting of that pill, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And in comparison with that algocalmine, that's a white pill, you know. It's like compressed, some sort of dust, you know. But when I chew it, yeah, I can feel its bitter taste. And when something has a bitter taste, that's most likely because they extract all sorts of substances from plant life, seeds, flowers, whatever, and these do have a bitter taste. These good, healthy chemicals, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I still don't recommend this pharmaceutical drug like everyday use. People should really, because whenever we have a pain or something, there is a cause for that, and they should address the cause. You know, yeah. So if it's a bad tooth, don't take everyday pills. You know, painkillers. Just go to the dentist, sort it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Thank you.
And actually, what's the most important thing in human health? The teeth health. Uh, that's where they make everything so expensive, and no medical insurance covers that. Only for those people from the high blanket of society, they are given uh, teeth insurance and stuff like that. This system is wicked. The medical and many doctors also know very well that a lot of health problems degenerate from the health of a man's teeth, you know, and fluids and genitals contact.
Sorry. It most probably manifest in the teeth, in the human's teeth. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah. Cavity
First,
is
no?
a bacteria disease, and
Uh-huh.
it's not the treatment. Uh, I mean, it affects your teeth, but that bacteria is inside the guts and sexual organ, the genitals. That's where it's coming from, you know. So when we have cavities and stuff, that's because the problem is in our guts, and that's where we have to take medicine, which heals that. But they don't give us medicine for that. Even candida, for example, which is like number one uh, mushroom causing cancer, uh, they never, when you go to a doctor, they will never give you a prescription to heal from candida, but they give you some prescriptions now which actually puts that mushroom into a latent state, you know, like inactive, but it's still inside you, and it's still doing stuff. And once you carry it 40 years, you know, for a whole lifetime, after 40, 50 years, it will strike you, but it's beyond chronic, you know, like after that much time, it propagates throughout your whole body, you know. So it will be very hard to get rid of it. Yeah, I recommend, for example, BBI solutions or BPI solutions. Those guys make one of the best colloid gold solutions. Colloid gold suspended in distilled water. And you can find all the nanoparticles from starting from 5 nanometers up to 180, 300 nanometers particles. One 5 milliliter or 50 milliliter vial, it will cost about $50, but it's worth it because that solution concentration, you only need to take one tiny droplet to 2 liters of water. And when you drink that, that's pure health.
You can experiment with your body. You know, you can try different things and see what really works.
Yeah.
You know.
And why is gold so important? I say it's because the blood is red because of the gold nanoparticles content it contains.
Bruh.
And
That makes literally no sense at all.
It doesn't
why?
make any sense.
No, that makes no sense.
Okay, tell me how you demonstrate that the blood contains iron.
I didn't say anything about iron.
I know you didn't, but I'm talking about the blood chemistry.
Yes, and you're claiming that blood is red because of gold.
Yes.
Where's the
That would
gold
be
coming
amazing.
from? Where's the gold coming from?
From what you eat from the ground. Yeah, you eat plant life, which extract nano particles of gold from the ground. It doesn't matter where you go in this world. When you take a ton of earth, yeah, dirt, and you wash that, you will find that all dirt has a gold content in it, nanoparticles. Yeah,
So why?
it's
So
everywhere.
Yeah, the
so
quantity of gold required to make a thing red can't be accounted for in blood though. Because you look at the liquids, that the colloidal gold liquid and stuff. It's not the same type of red. It's definitely not opaque. It's different in so many different ways. To claim that it's red because of gold is just profoundly absurd
Yeah.
to me.
Well, I mean, like, what can you expand a little bit on the topic, like, and why
Well,
the blood?
you see, in the chemistry based on iron, the chemistry of blood based on iron, the blood has to be ferromagnetic. but the blood is diamagnetic, and gold also is diamagnetic. But from the diamagnetic metals, yeah, gold is the only one which in nanoparticles, yeah, when it's nanoparticle size, it reflects only the red or absorbs only the red spectrum of light.
Okay. So
So
here,
it shows red color, and when you look at solutions of colloid gold, yeah, I bet you that it's not bet. I know that you have the exact color of the blood. It's the exact red tint, yeah, which the blood has.
But
so
if
so
that
you
would
see
be
how I posted an
And gold
article.
also coagulates.
Get.
Yeah.
You're making claims. Do you have any basis for these claims besides your imagination?
Basis, imagination. Oh my God. Does blood coagulate?
Do you have any basis for your statements besides
Listen,
imagination?
does blood coagulate? When you cut yourself and you have an open wound, yeah,
Can you find any citation that states that gold is a common mineral found in blood?
again, my question would be,
Gospel, I'm not saying, listen,
You literally said that
what I'm
blood
saying is
was
that
red because of gold.
this witchcraft pharmacy, yeah, they are teaching you the bullshit. They are giving you the bullshit teachings, yeah, they are lying to you. They are telling you that your blood is worth nothing. It's scrap metal. Yeah. It's
No.
iron. Yeah, it's scrap metal.
Blood isn't metal. This is absurd to make an argument from that basis. Blood is not metal.
What?
Blood
isn't metal.
No, but we're talking about the
The
color here. We're not talking
hemoglobin
about.
is
We're
a
talking about the
cell.
color.
Yeah, I give you that. Yeah,
Yeah, just
hemoglobin is a
because
cell,
the
and
liquid
it
which blood exists in
functions
also has other
using
metals doesn't mean that the
metals.
blood is the metal. Again, find me some type of citation where gold is referred to as existing naturally in blood.
I just told you. Yeah.
No, you
Take a
said it.
droplet. Take a droplet of
Saying words is not a
blood.
citation.
Listen. Do this experiment yourself. Yeah.
No.
Show me an experiment where you demonstrate that iron will show diamagnetic properties.
why would you need why would you need why would your body had the need to actually create gold if that would be a possibility? Like why? And wouldn't the alchemist then use like hundreds of people's blood to create gold if that would be the case?
No, it's not a point.
Yeah, again,
Show
find me
Gospel.
any time ever where gold is referred to as naturally existing in blood. I'll wait.
Well, you believe that then
I
you
didn't
are
say I
going
believed
with the
anything.
mainstream narrative, like the medical industry narrative, and you're saying, yeah, this is what we have today. The official blood
This isn't
chemistry is iron
about
based.
narratives. It's about
Gospel.
the trace minerals that they find
Gospel
in blood.
brother.
Find me a time where anyone has ever found the mineral or the metal gold as naturally occurring in blood.
Have you heard about anemia?
You're avoiding the issue here.
No, I'm not
You made a
avoiding the issue.
claim. You
You're
have a basis
avoiding.
for your. It's called a
You have
baseless
two
claim.
options.
You
You
made
have
a
only
claim.
two
You have no
options,
basis for
Gospel.
your claim. Get. I'll provide you all the opportunity you need. I'll hold off the conversation, everything. Provide evidence to support your claim apart from imaginations.
Right.
I told you what to do, yeah? And I told you
But
that
that's not
the
definitive.
official
That's
narrative, yeah, the
imagination.
medical industry, yeah?
It's not
When you
definitive.
go to I didn't finish talking. When you go to university to study to become a doctor, you will learn a iron-based blood chemistry.
So are you
That's what
suggesting
you
that your
will
claim is
learn.
unfalsifiable?
Listen, I haven't finished.
Are you
I told
suggesting
you
that your
what
claim is
you will learn,
unfalsifiable?
and this is the official narrative accepted worldwide, and no stupid man had the interest to investigate whether this is true or not.
So you're suggesting that your claim is unfalsifiable?
I'm suggesting you, yeah?
You're making baseless
I'm not
claims, and it's
actually
annoying.
suggesting, I'm telling you. I'm telling you facts.
No, you're not.
Gold
You're
is a
making baseless
diamagnetic metal,
claims.
yeah? Human blood and all mammals with red blood, yeah? All hemoglobin from all living organisms show a diamagnetic property, yeah? Diamagnetism is a magnetic property, yeah? Now, to demolish this claim of mine, yeah, my positive claim is that blood contains gold, yeah. To demolish this claim, you have to show me that you can have iron showing diamagnetic properties.
No, blood is an iron.
Yeah. You have to demonstrate me. Listen,
No.
iron is ferromagnetic. Do you know what ferromagnetism is?
We can easily end this. We
Yeah.
can easily end
But
this.
again,
Okay, good.
blood is not iron.
Have you ever tasted your own blood as a child? How did it
Gospel.
taste like?
You can't just say
Have you
blood is
ever
not iron. I didn't say blood is iron. I
Yeah,
said
it's a non
blood
sequitur.
contains iron and the blood chemistry. I'm talking about the blood chemistry, yeah? It means it's a fucking formula.
I know you're getting
What does
frustrated,
blood
but you made baseless
Yeah.
claims. You can just simply agree to the fact that you made a baseless claim. You don't have a foundation for it. We can move on.
I have something I'd like to render for you
You
guys
know
to
that
consider.
hold on. You know
Okay,
that
sir.
you know that I'm too stubborn to just allow people to get away with baseless claims and act like it doesn't matter. It's a baseless claim.
Again, I would like to know what
What do you mean by baseless claim?
It has no
Yeah.
foundation in reality except in your own imagination, as
Oh,
real as
no
that may be.
foundation.
How does your blood taste like when you have it on your tongue?
None of that's going to be useful.
It tastes like blood.
Yeah, but no, it has a distinctive taste, such as when
Such what?
iron. It tastes
No.
like iron. It does. Oh, come on. Okay,
You've
then I'm
been
a
told
Terminator,
that's
I
the
guess.
taste of blood.
Then
That
I'm a
is the taste of
Terminator, I
iron.
guess.
Wow.
I'm a Terminator then, probably.
Again, I told you it wouldn't be helpful, Clay.
I know.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the thing that I experienced was with multiple sclerosis. The thing that Dr. Zamboni, he's an Italian doctor. He studied how blood moves in the body of people, normal body people versus people with multiple sclerosis. And one of the things that he started hypothesizing was that people with MS have an evidence of narrowing in their veins, which leads to blood pooling and blood collection. In those areas where there was blood pooling and blood collection, in those immediate areas, there was a deterioration of the tissue, I believe, that's immediately surrounding those veins, which they believe that the blood pooling led to iron contamination within those areas, because blood is not supposed to sit or pool in an area that can lead to bad things. So the evidence that metal or iron is contained within blood is in fact something that science has been looking into. I paid
By
$30,000
the way,
for
Gospel, sorry for losing my
for a procedure on that.
thing and swearing. I wasn't swearing at you, but just, you know.
I'm not really offended. Again, I'm just stubborn about getting, proof for claims.
And I love this stubbornness of yours. It's a good attribute.
So, I mean, yeah, sure, I get annoyed, but, it's annoying to me. But yeah, clay, pennies, iron, they have a certain chemical effect on your tongue. Why that is, who knows? But yeah, there's certainly seems to be a correlation. Now, copper appears in these articles that I posted as copper, and what was the other one? It started with a T, I think. No, never mind. Zinc, copper, and iron are the known metals that are allegedly parts, naturally found in the blood. Now, I can't prove. I don't know that that's true. I'm not saying that that's a fact of reality.
That's what I'm also saying, that they have this chemical formula of hemoglobin, which, but in those chemical calculations, it works on paper. But that doesn't mean it's reality, because when you read about how do they establish when you take a person with anemia, the doctor will say this person is lacking iron, and what they do is they take a droplet of blood, yeah, which is cells and red cells, hemoglobin, and they put it under the microscope. And what they do is they will count the number of red cells on a surface area, the distribution of red cells on a surface area. Yeah, and then they say that, oh, you are missing that much iron, you know. But those red cells which they are counting, they are hemoglobin. They are already living stuff. They have DNA inside. They have many things, machines which build DNA. You know, it's a whole giant factory inside. And they say that its chemistry works based on iron. Because the purpose of these cells is to carry nutrients and oxygen in the body. But you see, and because of iron oxidation, the oxygen, they say, is attracted to the hemoglobin cell. But once you have iron oxide, iron oxidation, that is a chemical bond which requires very strong acids to break it. And those processes are not taking place inside the human body. So every time the body has to break that chemical bond, it's crazy.
I did post an article that refers to this. I didn't find this. It was this old dude was the one that found this article.
Yeah.
But they were experimenting with gold therapy.
Yeah.
It is our belief that firm conclusions drawn from the study of a single patient is hazardous. Further, it is realized that 5 grams of gold salt is somewhat more than most patients with rheumatoid arthritis receive in a 5-year period. Additional study is needed, and our results suggest that particular attention should be paid to the lymph nodes and other reticuloendothelial organs. Goodness, what a word. Lymph nodes from multiple areas should be analyzed for gold content to learn if comparable concentrations are reached throughout the lymphatic system. So again, they performed gold therapy and then found the highest concentrations of gold were in the lymph nodes after gold therapy. There does not appear to be any indications that this is naturally occurring. If you can find evidence to the contrary, I'd be happy to read about it. But I posted that old dude had shared with me.
I agree with you here. They are performing a lot of propaganda in this. Like they are literally hard working on enforcing their witchcraft. 'Cause it's just witchcraft what they are doing. So.
Alrighty then.
No doctor will admit that colloid gold is healthy.
So I personally am also a person who is very critical against pharmaceutical industry and so forth. So I understand your standpoint in a certain way. But regarding the blood, if you look into, for example, gold being toxic or gold toxicity, having that in a huge amount in your blood would not be very what would be the right word? Profitable.
Yeah, well, you see, I didn't told you that you should be drinking colloid gold. Drinking colloid gold as a therapy, short period of time therapy is okay, but ingesting it every day, that is definitely not healthy, because the gold content in our body is coming from organic life, from plant life, and these plants, they don't. When we talk about gold nanoparticles, these particles, they are not all the same size and shape. Only these plant life uh, have
Any
the
evidence that any
ability.
plants contain gold?
It's the amounts are so small, infamous,
So you could never detect it, but you know it's there. Bro, this
Yeah,
is
I do
not.
know because I believe, also
I know what this is
I don't
sounding like,
rush
right?
to believe today's doctors over our ancient writers, our ancient healers, you know. So
Bruh.
this medicine in the world is something new, but healing.
Goldschlager has gold in it, but as far as celery or lettuce or broccoli, I would like some evidence to support the claim.
Well, I recommend you read the story of Aeetes, King Aeetes, and you'll read about the Garden of Hesperides, where they say that there existed a garden in this world where they had fruits with gold content. They were fruits of gold. But once Osiris, the first pharaoh of Egypt, plowed the land in that garden, then the land stopped giving its gold to the trees and plants. Not completely, but obviously not in the same quantities. And from that time, the world changed forever. From that time, man had to work for his living. had to do agriculture. Agriculture was invented.
Sounds like a ripoff of another book I know quite well.
Yeah. A ripoff?
Yeah. So, you know, I hear the claims and then I search for any evidence to support the claims and I find none. It's kind of weird.
Well, I was just trying to tell you that they work very hard to deny that blood contains gold. They will never accept. The medical industry and pharmaceutical industry.
Now, according to this website, supposedly marine plants have 0.012 parts per million.
Yeah.
So that's a much higher number than let's see, land plants 0.0005 to 0.002 parts per million. So here is a website, dcnutrition.com, for whatever that's worth, which, you know, may be nothing, it may be something. I'm not really judging. I just wanted any evidence, you know, instead of just making claims without any basis, right? So according to that website, they are claiming that there is an infinitesimally small amount. But then when you suggest, you know, when you suggest that that is the thing that makes our blood red because we eat plants, it just doesn't jive.
So, do you have unlimited quantities of blood in your body? Do you think your blood inside your body, um, like next year, you will have a totally different blood, or you will have the same blood you had last year?
June 13th.
How many new cells of blood will you have in the next 2 years? Who knows these things, you know? How quick blood replenishes inside the human body, and you know.
So you're saying that a person that's newborn versus an old person, are you saying that the amount of gold is different or the same? But
Obviously,
you know,
yeah.
ounce per
Obviously,
ounce. I'm not talking about because one's bigger than the other. Ounce per ounce.
yeah. When we talk about children's or newborns, yeah, it's huge body volume difference, and also
That's why I said
quantity
ounce for
liquid.
ounce. That's
Yeah,
why I said
yeah,
ounce for ounce.
yeah.
Are you saying that one is more than the other?
A child is much healthier and cleaner, and yeah, it stands more chances to have the best ratio. Yeah, and a
I'm just
adult,
exposing the lack of logic here.
some diseases affect the blood. You know, so you can have too
That's
many
a direct question, and
red
you
blood
just
cells.
say other stuff.
Yeah, but we can't compare like adults with children.
You
You know.
acted as though you said how much blood does your body produce, blah blah blah, and then you're acting as though based on the consumption of material over time you're going to accumulate gold. Then I gave you an example to compare, and you wouldn't provide a direct
Yeah, but
answer.
okay, if you're taking, you know, I I know for 100% that these doctors, they will give you an answer to this question, and they will tell you that if your body is missing 2 liters of blood, it will get replenished in this amount of time.
Listen, it's kind of
But
like this.
I
It's kind
have
of like
never
this. You
seen.
could
I
have
have
more
never
easily
listen.
simply said,
Yeah,
I
gospel,
simply
gospel.
have a neat idea. I think it's a
Hmm.
pretty cool idea. It may or may not be right, but it's a cool idea.
Yeah,
That would have been a fair and intellectually honest thing to say. But instead, you're
yeah,
trying to double down on things that you don't even know about. You just have cool ideas. I don't disagree with the fact that you have cool ideas. You have some cool ideas sometimes. You say things that are kind of neat, but when they have no basis,
yeah,
they have no foundation, they're just cool ideas, then that's all they are. Until you
yeah,
found them with
yeah. It's
logic and
true.
evidence,
Yeah.
how are they anything but cool ideas?
I agree with you here. Now, yeah, I agree. They are baseless. Um, there is no literature in the official medical industry about this stuff, you know. I agree.
With all right.
But also, like, I don't know how to weigh how many liters of blood are inside one person, you know. And I never did. And I will never do such thing.
This topic's in definite need of readjustment.
Yeah.
Why is Salt Bay? What is that? Not the Salt Bay guy? And what is he doing? Somebody found Salt Bay is coming to land with his 24-karat gold stake. Wow. Alrighty then. This person life has popped up a couple of times. You are muted life. You can say hello.
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 What brings you to the server
Welcome to
life?
our server.
Well, I just want to know about flat Earth.
Okay. Well, let me ask
Well,
you what do you know about the heliocentric model?
you came to the right place.
Well, I know that there's a solar system and we orbit the sun and the sun orbits the galaxy or something.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I was taught in school. You know, the planets. You know.
Yeah.
Yep. We all were. And what do you know about your personal experience on Earth? How would you describe some of the things like the surface of Earth, for instance? How would
Yeah.
you describe what it looks like? How would you describe your experience here?
Have you ever had any experience which made you believe that, yes, I live on a globe?
I mean, I see the skies moving, so that could
Yeah.
mean like spinning.
So, what was the second part of what you said?
Yeah, the sky's moving, so it could be like the skies. That's how I experience the sky spinning, like Earth spinning.
Oh, okay. So you're under the impression that the sky moves because the Earth moves?
Yeah.
Okay. What about that's an interesting conclusion. Joe, are you aware of what they say the Earth is spinning at?
Um, 1,000 miles per hour, an
At the
equator, I
equator.
think.
At the equator.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they say.
Tangential speed.
And the whole thing about spinning and being on the surface of a ball, you understand the direction would be changing constantly.
Oh,
What's that?
why would it be changing constantly?
Because
I don't
that's
feel.
the reality of a circle.
Mm.
If you're traveling in a circular path, you're changing direction constantly.
Yeah, the vector. And that means you are in a constant acceleration reference frame.
Did not know that.
Yeah. when you are on a merry-go-round and you're spinning, yeah, the merry-go-round is spinning, you will feel that it pushes you outwards. And if you spin it faster, if you double the RPM, it will push you exponentially stronger outwards.
The merry-go-round, like the size of that compared to us, like the Earth is way bigger though. So like we won't feel it.
Well, but it is big, but we are talking about forces and
Of course.
velocity. Yeah.
But like the size not affect the force.
Actually, of course, it does affect, because the heavier an object is, the stronger force you need to rotate it. Yeah. And once you are rotating it, it is harder to break it down. That thing, the heavier it is, it will keep spinning by inertia. It will have a very uh, big force. If Have you ever seen a flywheel?
What?
A flywheel.
No.
Yeah. Back in the days, they were using these flywheels in steam engines, or many engines, um, to keep that constant rotation RPM. And it's also a means of storing kinetic energy.
Dropping science right now. Yep, kinetic energy.
Yeah.
That's how you store it. It's a perfect example would be if you take an axle, you make one of those
Yeah.
little carts out of wood, and you take a rubber band and you wind up the rubber band. That's kinetic
Yeah.
stored energy, and then you release the rubber band, and that rubber band unravels. It drives the axle, and it spins the wheels, and the little car drives forward. Perfect example.
Yeah. Yeah. But they do this with flywheels also.
Yeah,
A
like
very heavy disc, a wheel, very heavy, of metal, and they spin. Once you spin it very, very fast, that wheel will keep spinning for a couple of minutes.
that's what they use on spin bikes.
Yeah.
So if you look at a
Yeah.
spin bike, the rear drive, that thing on the bike, that's down the back of the bike, that's a flywheel. And it's a weighted flywheel, has a weight to it. So as you apply tension with the little spinny knob, you adjust the tension, that drive gets tighter. But the actual the rotating mass at the back, the flywheel, that is a weighted wheel. Great. Yeah. I totally get what you're throwing out there, man.
So now we are in this Earth rotating reference frame. We are in a constant acceleration reference frame, but we don't experience any outward force throwing us, outwards.
Well, I think one of the arguments not arguments, but one of the things they present is that the speed of the Earth is different at the poles versus the equator, right? Like the variation of speed is different
Yes, the
depending on your
velocity.
location.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So
Because
what?
yeah, it's about the distance from the radius. The radius from the axis of spin.
Right. So I don't know, wouldn't the forces, to me, I think people who grew up at the equator would be shorter than people who grew up at the poles. Because they would be
Yeah.
under the effect of a higher velocity spin versus the
Yes.
people at the
Yes.
poles, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I've seen some Africans, man. Those guys are tall. 7-footers.
Yeah. So when you go to northern countries, yeah, closer to the north, then you experience less centrifugal force, yeah. So then you are much heavier to the ground, and when you go to the equator, it pushes you outwards much stronger, and you will be weighing less because your velocity in space are very different. You know, it's 1,000 miles per hour compared to 500 or 200. Yeah, is he still here?
Yeah,
What
I'm here.
was
Sorry.
his name?
Live.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Good. So, any other questions?
Hey, but like, do you guys know how big Earth is?
Oh my goodness.
We don't know how big it is, and no man actually knows, because to know how big the Earth is, that man is supposed to go take the whole Earth to his foot with a ruler and measure it, like literally measure it, you know. And I say, for me, it's impossible to measure the continent of Europe. So I don't even think about how would I be measuring the oceans, which are so much bigger than Europe, you know. And the oceans are something that I can't walk on, you know. So, do you know any man who like in the heliocentric model, any man who actually measured the world, the whole world, to say, is this diameter, is this radius?
No.
Fascinating. Then why do you believe it then?
It's just that we don't know. I don't know if the Earth is flat because I haven't seen it. I
Yeah.
haven't seen the whole Earth.
Sorry.
Like,
Okay, but have you ever went to on the peak of a mountain?
no.
Well, when you go climb the peak of a mountain, it will offer you a perspective view, a very vast perspective view, because you're viewing from the top, you know, from higher position. So you see very, very far away. And if you will go, you know, if it's mountains close to flat areas, which this is where I recommend you to go, climb on the mountain, and you're looking over this vast flat area, and you will be astounded to see how flat the world is, and you can take a picture, you know, of the horizon, and then you take that picture home and put a ruler on that horizon in that picture, and you will see that the horizon is always a straight line.
Yeah, he's right. Okay, so three
Yeah.
different places, vantages I've been, y'all can believe me or not. So almost 14,000 feet at the top of Snowmass Mountain, Snowmass, Colorado, I could see 5 or 6 cities up to 200 miles away, some 80, some 50s, you know, this kind of deal. And I vacation there a lot, so I know kind of what I'm talking about in the area. And yeah, not even at 14,000 feet. Now, people say, oh, what's the elevation of the cities? That's fine. So then I go to 35,000 feet. I've been there a shitload of times. My stepdad's a pilot, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, and then I get up to 60 grand in the Concorde. Now, I was 19. I'm a lot older than that now. But I wasn't looking for curvature. But I don't remember seeing any. And that's also a lot of people I remember mentioning, is that the curve? They kept saying, is that the curve? You wouldn't have to say it. You wouldn't have to ask that question. But anyway, I've been up and down, left and right. It's flat. Sorry.
Have you been to it as well?
Huh?
Have you been to and fro as well?
Yes, to and fro. Hither, thither, thather, whatever. I've been there, yeah. Now, I'm not saying I have all the experience in the world, but for me, that's empirical, man. I can't find the curve. And I've been places, right? So, anyway, go ahead.
I envy you very much, Gladflobe.
Well, I would too, right? Like all those vantages. It's crazy.
Envy you. Did I understood correctly? You have fly with Concorde?
Yeah, twice to France and back, to Paris and back. Yep.
Very lucky, man.
Right, and it was right before it got what's the word? I'd say discontinued.
Discontinued. Yeah. What they say was unsafe.
Out of commission is what they.
Were you like 2 years old? Glad?
Decommission. That's the one. Sorry. Go ahead.
How old, were you like 2 years old or something?
I was 19, 18, 19.
Is it like a Russian spy training or something?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Glad, are you really like 20 years older than I thought you were?
I am 40 this year.
Flo was like 20. Huh?
Yeah, I'm 40 this year.
Wow.
Yeah,
and that's not the good news. You're like, he talked like he's fucking 22. This guy, wow. Anyway, go ahead.
Question.
They say the same about
was that the fastest you ever moved in your life?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Supposedly. But here's the deal. I didn't feel like I was going any faster than, in the fuselage of a commercial jet or even a glider. I've been in gliders before. Those are fun. But yeah, so.
But you still feel it's moving.
Well, I feel like it's moving, but it's. I'm not. Like, listen. I knew the whole time when I was in plane, even if I were standing up, sitting down, whatever, there's a little bit of push, a little bit of pull the whole time. Yeah. Every time. So I feel it. My vestibular system, I don't know about y'all's, but it's fine. It works. I get dizzy when shit's going to make you dizzy. And we're talking fractions of angular change and velocity change, right? We're programmed to be here. I don't know if creator or not or whatever, but the way the makeup goes, vestibular system is one of the most precise things we've got in our body.
Yes.
Faculties.
It's a accelerometer and gyroscope in the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man, if you guys get the chance to go up in a glider, I've only been 2 or 3 times. They take a single or dual engine Cessna or like a puddle jumper, and they literally just tie it with a fucking thick ass rope, a glider. So it's a plane with no engine. It's a really thin. It's just got really thin wings and a really like thin fuselage. You could barely fit 2 grown men in there, and it's breathtaking because it gets really silent when there's not a lot of wind.
Yeah,
and even when there's wind, man, I don't know how to explain it. You're floating. There's no engine sound. It's incredible.
Yeah, here in Germany, they have many these glider airports, and in the summer now, every day you can see a view in the sky, a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice, man. It's nice. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah. I want either with a glider or hot air balloon. One of the two. I want to go.
Never been in a balloon, but I hear good things.
Yeah.
And see, people are like, well, why are you flat earther? It's like, dude, I've seen it in a bunch of ways, man. Tons of different ways. But I can't give my experience to anybody. That's the most frustrating part. I can't just be like, here, take this memory. Yeah, right? Crazy. Oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? I can't get to them. All I can do is try to explain. And that's why I keep saying, please go out and put effort towards this. Not only will you find that the globe math is wrong, that's like the least important part, the least interesting part. Go look at this world. It's crazy interesting, especially because it's flat.
Yeah. There's so much to discover about it. Yeah.
And it's way bigger than they say, so fucking A, right? Get out there. Yeah, they think all the pictures from those balloons, 108,000 feet, 210,000 feet, whatever you got, they think it's all fake. It's all just like, why would we sit here and do that?
I sent that picture 108,000 feet with the artificial line drawn across it, along with that, plus the periscope picture you guys have probably seen. I mean, you just pull up any picture of a periscope in a submarine, it'll show the level of the water. So I'm like, okay, here is level water, and here is a level atmospheric. So I've got you covered on water, and I've got you covered on what we can see as air, defined as clouds, if you will. And they're both straight lines.
It's craziness.
Do you know that the Earth there's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake? Do they have any evidence? They do.
Oh, man. Can you send, Clay, can you send that to me, please? Oh.
Seriously.
Did someone say level atmosphere?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I just
very nice one, Clay, but make it louder.
No, that was Matthew Learn's
that was
recording.
Matthew?
Yeah, here.
Oh,
so do it again.
Matthew.
He sounds younger. Maybe it's just the software is being used, but he sounds younger in this. Maybe it's just because it's faster, right? Sped up.
He was on his teaching voice. Do you know the Earth is flat?
Well, he speaks kind of slow, and the upcoming generation, just God forbid you try to make a full point.
You poke the bear.
I played again. Okay, let's now. I hope.
Yeah, play it. Okay, everybody, shut up.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Bravo, Matthew. Thank you.
I'm about that.
Matthew saying that.
And then you gotta ask his lines. He's been here saying when you ask him about evidence of the globe or something like that, he says no, this is based on my beliefs.
Yeah, but that is getting tired. I was saying it earlier.
I heard Fraud a few nights ago proclaiming how much he liked Matthew Learned.
Oh, overall, I love it. I love his character. I love that his presence gives us something to do and talk about. And overall, again, it since the globe doesn't have evidence, it just further obviates that. And then he just, if you're smart enough, 2 or 3 brain cells to rub together, you'll see he obviates himself as a clown instead of a guy with true knowledge of the world.
Globe is a globe.
It takes a lot of courage to show up to a room and just get beat up on to a degree.
Kind of.
When you
not if you're a sociopath. I'm just kidding.
Or he likes the attention. Could be an only child. Sorry. Last point. I'm done.
When you ask a renowned astronaut what happens if you have a leak on the ISS, and the only answer you get is
it's called real good engineering.
Yeah.
We have a leak. Yeah.
If you ask him what happens when you get a leak, he says you get coffee if you have a leak.
Yeah, chugga.
Don Pettit here. Matthew Learns is an oxymoron, and that means that he doesn't learn anything when he comes in here with us.
I thought it meant he's a moron because he takes too much oxy.
I always thought when you get a leak, it means that you got a baby.
The crazy thing is
right?
when you do that voice, I see his face with his glasses and his little smile when he's acting.
Yeah, look at that shit-eating grin.
It's so obvious that he's an actor and not even a good one. It's just so bad. It's funny.
Bro, you'd have a shit-eating grin too if you had 600,000 subscribers, wouldn't you?
The interview
I
you
don't
did,
know.
the interview you did in, I suppose, ISS, where you can see the Magellans, and oh my god, that was awful.
The Magellans.
Yeah. You can see the Magellans. Holy fuck! They like look at each other, trying to what should we say here, and
You can see stars and planets.
Yeah, you can see everything. Yeah, you can see fuck all to some other people.
But then you got what's his name, Neil Armstrong, saying it's a real deep black. A deep
What
black.
about the reflection
There.
in the window?
That's
Can
how
you
he
tell
does
about
it.
the reflection in the window? The deep
Look at
black.
that. Deep, and it was a deep black. Yeah, I like that.
No stars.
And we couldn't see stars from the lunar surface. And the optics and derp smurp.
Yeah. But I saw, yeah. We can.
Oh yeah. Oh, they just stumble. They're like, oh yeah. They're telling a story like they're 7-year-olds that snuck out and did something bad in the neighborhood, and they got caught. And now they're trying to tell their parents about it.
Oh my god! You can see also the clouds, the nebula. Oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah.
That's where I saw planets and stars.
Yeah.
Who's this life guy? I'm new here. Leave NASA alone. What? Buddy. Leave NASA alone.
Leave NASA alone. Uh-oh.
What are you? Buddy. They make more money than you and the whole world combined, actually.
Yeah, I think nobody's leaving NASA alone.
Leave
They
NASA
get a lot of
alone.
attention.
They're number one hypocrites in this entire thing, man. Yeah. They're the one that give you the soapbox that you guys stand on. Dude. They're like, here, you need more pictures of space? Here's a live stream from space without clouds that aren't moving. But I'm sitting in my place watching the clouds move above me. But in your space feed, the clouds aren't moving. Wait, what?
Yeah.
It's live. Of course it's live.
Somebody said to me the other day. Sorry, I'm just going to say this and I got to jet for a second.
No worries.
Somebody said to me the other day, and I know the XO has seen this a bunch, and a lot of you have. They claim you can't edit a live stream. Thanks, folks. I'll see you later.
I thought you just had to edit in the word live. Oh, shit. That's all it takes.
You can augment it live.
Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't take much to put a green screen in on a live feed, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, mercy. Oh, that was a good cut.
So
let's run it another 30
basically what they're
seconds.
saying is video cannot be edited. That's what they're saying. It's it's astounding. It's absurd.
Yeah,
it's a lot of ammo for us, is what it is.
The weather lady from the Weather Channel, after the news, she's really up there above the clouds.
She's definitely above the clouds. I just want to have whatever I want whatever she's smoking. That's what I'm asking for. If you can try to convince everybody that's watching you that you're on space, I want that. Maybe it's a chocolate bar that was laced with shrooms. I don't know, but sorry, I digress. It takes a lot of confidence to sell this globe model.
I wonder how did they draw those big temperature numbers on the clouds,
You can't prove it? Who is Life really gonna go at Miguel right now? Look, Life, I'm gonna again advise you. You have a leaf beside your name. That means you're brand new. Okay? Miguel is gold. That means he's got a library that is probably bigger than your brain can probably comprehend. And he's been proving it all day, my friend. Lord child. It takes a lot.
Yes.
I can understand people coming in and asking questions about theories and asking for explanations and stuff, but to sit there and just say you can't prove it, you're not proving anything either.
For a minion, yes. He's little bit intelligent, yes.
So does the Life Kid have proof of a globe, or is there something I'm missing?
I don't know. We can prove the Earth is flat because I don't have to read any of your doctrination stories created by men that came before you in order to prove that the Earth is flat. Right? I don't have to believe anything that a man has written in order to believe that the Earth is flat. Can you conceptualize that?
we can prove the Earth is flat.
You don't know the Earth is flat. Let me
I
tell you
do
how. Do you
know.
know?
Yeah, we do.
Do you
Yeah, we
know?
do.
Do you
I
know?
100%
Do you
do. I
know? Do you
do.
know?
Where do you
And
live, my
We can
friend? Where do
easily
you
enough.
live?
Do you
even
know
Where do you
how
live?
big
Airbus
Earth? Do
indirectly
you
Whereabouts do
know
you live?
how
Are you
proves
big?
it.
close to Are you close
Do
to a
you know
waterfront?
how big Earth is? Do you know how big Earth is?
I'm gonna ask you, life, my guy.
I know how
Are
big
you
I know how
are
big
you
they
close?
claimed it is. 3959-mile radius, so that adds up to an 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, which would be pretty dang easy to measure for.
Exactly.
It's
So
not there
over a
though.
60,
So.
and
Mistake. It
that's what I'm
doesn't
going to say.
exist.
Over a
Yeah.
60-kilometer distance, you're looking at an average depression. That means a negative. That means the land around you is on a depression. That means it's beneath you, right?
Yeah.
That means you're looking for 60 kilometers. You should see whatever you see 60 kilometers should be at a depression of at least 900 feet, my guy.
Uh-oh.
What he's saying is so stupid because it's
Yeah.
just the Earth is so big that we can't see curve, therefore curve.
No, no,
So
no.
big
That's
it
not what
looks
I'm
flat,
saying.
therefore curve. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's not even the globe claim. You don't even know the model you're defending.
Yeah, yeah. I don't agree with the globe. You know, I'm not a glober. The thing is, you don't know the Earth is flat because none of us know how big the Earth is. So you can't say that the whole Earth is actually flat.
Bro,
I just
listen, we're
told you
going by
you're
what
on a
No,
they gave
that's
60
not
us.
kilometer
true.
distance, bro.
Listen,
Hold on
flat
just a second.
is not a shape. Flat is a description of a
We're going by
surface.
what they
Yeah,
told.
yeah.
Yeah, but
And
what's
They
we
Earth?
told us.
measured
They told us the
portions.
Earth has hold
Go
on,
ahead.
bro. Yeah, they told us the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles. Right? We can backwards engineer the math and see where the horizon should be, and we can calculate what we should and should not be able to see. Have you ever heard that boats go over the horizon and disappear over the curve? You ever heard that, bro? Cat got your tongue?
Yeah, I know that's the law of perspective. I already know that.